Test, test. Hello. Hi everybody, welcome to the first stream. I think I got everything sorted and everything's not too loud. You gotta let me know if I'm but cool. We're gonna watch Gamescom because it was this morning and got off work, got ready, and wanted to do this because I wanted to do Summer Games Fest live. That ended up not working out. So, for various reasons, mostly work, but now it'll be fun. So I think oh, there it is. Yeah, cool. Then change that. Technical difficulties. There we go. Sweet. I think that's pretty good. So, hi, welcome to the live video. Man, it feels weird. It feels weird because it's happening. You're here, I'm here, we're physically here, and doing a thing. So you can't. Cats were running around really, so they don't jump into everything again. But cool. I think giving it a few minutes just to kind of rotate through, get everybody aware. But yeah, so we watched the Summer Games Fest recently. And it came out this morning, and a lot of cool reveals, a lot of cool stuff. Definitely didn't expect the Resident Evil to show up. That was genuinely caught me off guard. So the fact that they're seemingly maybe going into more for this one, it's gonna be pretty cool. And whatever else they have to show off, this showed up way sooner than I expected. But say before we can, I think we're good to just get into it, right? Why mess around, right? I think that should be.
Hello and welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2025 pre-show. I'm Kyle Bossman. The main show, Opening Night Live, the one with Black Ops 7 and Resident Evil Requiem, hosted by Jeff Keighley. That's soon, but not yet. This is the waiting room. And the secret about the ONL pre-show is that it's good itself. We've got an absurd amount of trailers and reveals and premieres right here in the lead up. So let's not waste another microsecond. Here's a brand new game reveal.
Oh.
Yo, remember
me?
Get
right into
Your
it.
old pal Bubsy?
Well, I guess this is the
From all those
pre-show.
classic games you loved.
Oh my god, what a throw.
Was it something I said? What could possibly go wrong?
Forget about that. Let's talk about the new one. Bubsy 4D.
That's a whole other dimension.
Now this I like. So, where are we going next? Don't mind if I do. Zoink.
So literally, it's like an old.
They call me the
It's like a plat.
Orange
Yeah.
Blur.
Damn.
What if these outfits come with pants?
Oh my god.
You know I've only got one brain cell, right? And it's working overtime on this baby. Atari? I didn't even know they were still around.
Lord,
The first
that was
game
before
I
my
ever
time.
played on my PlayStation 29 years ago was Bubsy 3D.
Lord.
If you told me back then that one day I would be introducing Bubsy 4D to the world, I'd say, yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh my
Now let's keep this pre-show popping. Here's another brand new game announcement.
god. Poppin'. Okay. Cylons. Oh, wait, is this Battlestar Galactica? Survivors took to the stars. Age of humanity's last hope. It is a strategy game. Is it a roguelike strategy game? No matter the cost. Early 2026, scattered hopes. Hey, I mean, more strategy games are welcome.
Gamescom Opening Night Live pre-show, which will basically be me teeing up wall-to-wall trailers in the time before the main event. We do have an interview coming up with the project lead of Double Fine's Keeper. For now, here's a trailer for a LucasArts classic remastered by Night Dive Studios.
Well, I mean, they're already showing off games in the pre-show, and then the main show's got more. This is gonna be stacked for. Oh, it's like the old school. I don't know the term for it, but like the Doom style.
I see Gleaming City rising. A city that has a fine name on it.
It's gonna take more than bullets to get what you want, mister.
Once a lawman, always a lawman.
Like the hand-drawn cutscenes. That's kind of cool. Outlaws, a handful of missions remaster.
If you thought maybe I was exaggerating a little bit when I said this pre-show is filled with exciting and really good trailers because it's my job, normally you'd be right. However, sometimes a trailer is actually just unmistakably exciting and really good, like this one.
Oh, is that? It's a high bar. What? It's like a Tony Hawk train. Oh no, that. This is bizarre, but it's kind of cool though. Hella creative, that's for sure. Multiplayer? No, comp. Okay.
In this year's
Wacky.
Xbox showcase, Double Fine announced their first new game since Psychonauts 2. It's called Keeper. And joining us tonight in a recently pre-recorded interview is the game's project lead, Lee Petty.
All right,
Hi,
let's
everyone.
see it.
Thanks for having me.
I'm so excited to have you here. So you showed a first look at gameplay of Keeper. The game itself is about the lighthouse, but also the bird as well, right? This duo. And I'm curious about
That's
whether
cool.
that was conceptualized first as like imagery, like it sounds like a cool idea, or if that was conceptualized first from like a gameplay standpoint.
I always think about the total experience more than, say, mechanics and art and story. A lot of the game is about, this lighthouse waking up after eons of lying dormant and learning to walk. And the bird is part of that, right? So the bird and the lighthouse are perfect companions because they're different. At the same time, the bird is wary of dark spaces, and there's a malevolent presence around the island that the lighthouse can keep at bay. So together, those two set out on this tale. And
Oh, it's like a
their ability
Banjo-Kazooie
complements
dynamic.
each other, but also the bird becomes, I think, kind of the emotional heart of the game.
You have an extensive background as an art director, right? I think that's apparent when anybody just looks at Keeper for the first time. So I'm curious about your inspirations.
You know, there's so many inspirations for Keeper, and one of the ones that really stuck out was the Dark Crystal. I saw it as a kid, and it was really inspiring to me because it felt like such a different take
Classic.
on a fantasy world that I hadn't seen before. And it was beautiful, but also a bit tragic. It was scary at times, but also really playful and fun.
Do the bird and the lighthouse have names?
Yeah, well, at least the bird does. And we call the bird Twig internally because she has a beak that is made of driftwood.
But for now, the lighthouse is simply
That's
the
whimsical.
lighthouse.
It's just simply the lighthouse, yeah.
Lee,
Lighthouse
thank
and
you so
Twig.
much for joining us here in the pre-show. When will people be able to play Keeper?
On October 17th this year, which is coming up really soon, and we can't wait for people to get in there and experience our strange, beautiful world for themselves.
Thanks so much
There
for
you go.
joining
That's like
us.
2 months from now.
Thank you.
Well, that was a great interview. And if you thought this pre-show couldn't get any more masculine, buddy, watch this.
Whoa.
At last, Castle Grayskull
He-Man.
is mine. Not so fast, Skeletor. Whoa, what's happening? He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, Dragon Pearl Destruction coming soon to all platforms.
Oh my god, it's like a 90s. Reminds me of the 90s commercials.
Dragon Pearl of Destruction. Intense beat 'em up action that puts the power in your hands. Grab
Yeah, a lot
friend
of beat 'em
and
ups
fight
coming
for
out
your
lately.
four
This is
playable
cool.
heroes. Classic arcade controls. It's powered up pixel perfection for your gaming console or personal computer. He-Man and the Masters of the Universe Dragon Pearl of Destruction coming soon. From Limited Run Games.
Thanks for
Oh,
joining
hell
us
yeah.
here at the Opening Night Live pre-show. We're only about
They
halfway
look co-op
through.
too,
It's
so.
a sufficiently chunked up show. And just to prove my point, here's a new trailer for Absolum.
Absolute. Crying frog. Oh. Another beat 'em up. I like the art style. So yeah, Wizard Frog. Wizard Frog, Sword Lad.
October 9th. That's a release date reveal. And I think Frog Mage revealed too. That was cool. Now, if you'd like to take a break at this moment, maybe grab a water and some snacks.
No breaks.
I really can't recommend it. Here's a brand new look at Long Gone.
Oh, interesting. 3D pixel. Creed.
What did they do? Weld these things on?
Mobile, cell phone, pistol. Ooh, so it's like a survival-ish esque. A narrative adventure. Rummage through ruins. Uncover the past. It looks all right. I'd like to see more gameplay though. Long Gone. I shoved him.
Sometimes, frankly, I'm impressed by the amount of nice worldwide reveals they book for this show. Here's another one.
We're just popping off. Okay. The creators of Ghost Runner. Okay. Oh. Interesting aesthetic. Like a... Oh, shit. Oh, not that easy. What? Okay. Here we go. This is... So it's getting real. Fascinating. It's like a colonial aesthetic with like supernatural. Oh. There's some like plasmid going on. That's a lot of... It's cool. Valor Mortis.
So it's my sworn duty as
Be interesting.
pre-show host to make people excited about Gamescom opening night live. Thing is, you can't just tell someone to be excited. You can't just say, y'all excited, and expect people to start clapping. You have to give them a reason to be excited.
That's what we're here for.
Here they are, the top 10 reasons to be excited for Gamescom Opening Night Live 2025. Number 10, hearing people make noise when someone asks if they're excited. Number 9, a new trailer from The Outer Worlds 2. Number 8, the emotional adventure of seeing a new game for the first time and not knowing if it's free to play or not until the end of the trailer. It's anyone's guess.
Okay,
these
that's
days.
pretty good.
Number 7, Ninja Gaiden 4 is showing up, and every time there's an Azuna drop, someone in the audience always goes, yeah! Number 6, knowing there's no Silk Song, understanding there's no Silk Song, but still thinking, what if there's Silk Song?
God damn it.
Number 5, Ghost of Yotei is in this? This PlayStation just had a 19-minute gameplay blowout. You have to wonder what they've been saving for Gamescom. Is that Wolf gonna do something crazy? Number 4.
Still gotta check
Silent
that
Hill
out.
F going full freak mode. Number 3. Watching game designers develop their public speaking skills in real time.
Oh my God.
Number 2. The worldwide reveal of Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Now you might be saying, didn't that already happen a couple of months ago? No. That was the teaser. This is the worldwide reveal. And the number 1 reason to be excited about Gamescom Opening Night Live 2025, Resident Evil Requiem. So they just announced this.
That
at
is
Summer Game
accurate.
Fest, and then
100%.
they said, see you at Gamescom. Well, look at the time. It's Gamescom. Or
It is.
will be in a matter of minutes. You're still in the pre-show. But how about
Oh, there's
a
8
new
more
look
minutes of the
at
pre-show?
Planeten
Oh my God.
Verteidigungskanonen Kommandant.
Good morning, Commander.
Is that a real word?
The cooperative state has honored me with the supervision of your well-being. Get you back up to speed before our lives are on the line.
Or you just man the gun? Is that the
Glad to see you've not lost your touch.
NT? Gun and T.
Separatist vessels approach. They wish to eliminate this facility. Destroy them before they do.
The days fly
That's actually kind of cool. So you're just manning and maintaining this gun plant of Dawn. Yeah.
Welcome again to the Gamescom opening night
Very
live
cool.
pre-show. If you're just joining us, there's still plenty of time to enjoy some bonus video game trailers before the big show begins.
A lot of
Here's
bonuses.
A freaky one.
The hell? Oh, he's broken. Ooh. It's almost giving me Alien Isolation vibes, but okay. Interesting. Obviously that's the weapon. Or defense or taser or something or other. Oh, come on, you can't... What is it? Is it like ghosts? Is it some demons? Play day one. Coming late 2025.
Interesting fact about that game, they actually created that whole environment by 3D scanning the entire bathroom of Jeff Keighley's mansion.
Oh my god.
Now, we've got 3 more videos and not a lot of time left before ONL begins, so next up, 2 trailers back to back.
Okay, here we go. 2 more.
Millions of souls pour into the underworld every day. You're no different. My lord, he's here.
I bid you walk the mortal world once more.
Oregon, Shanghai.
Fallen leaves return to their roots. You shall gather the souls that stray.
Ooh.
I've watched
Very pretty.
over this city
What is...
for ages, and every name in your scroll of death. Not one of them dies quietly. You, a soulless.
Okay, that's cool. Oh, is this gonna be like a Souls-like or?
I wrestle rogues when their artifacts can do what brute strength cannot.
All right. What?
What? A soulless husk?
Oh hell! A wicker dragon? Oh no, it's a dude wielding the wicker dragon.
Dead to play. And sacrifice ignites the war banners.
So angry. Ooh, summons. Definitely Souls-like action RPG. It's pretty creative enemy-wise. I don't know how you fight the house, but oh that's cool. I want to fight. We gotta fight him. He's
How can you know that?
Swords of Legends. Truck simulator? New truck simulator? American Truck Simulator? By Focus Entertainment. This has to be, right? Yep. Just living it up on the open road. Making money, living the dream.
Bad news, Deacon. Storm's almost on top of you. I got eyes on it. You can still turn around, you know.
Oh.
Find you won't hold out. XTC Logistics.
They said you were coming. But take care now, you hear?
Let's get it done.
Everyone else says he's like, no. Good luck. Be the hero of the open road. Bad, truck driving, badass. Road Kings.
To catch your breath after that. But to be honest with you, that
Wild.
was not the last king of the road you're going to see in this pre-show. I've got one more trailer for you. A brand new reveal for Sonic Racing Crossworlds.
Oh, here we go. Finally, the good stuff. Happy birthday to Pac-Man level. The Blue Blur meets the Hungry Hero. Two different games, two different... What? So you get Pac-Man in Sonic Racing, but then... Pac-Man Repack 2 is gonna have... Oh. That's kind of cool, right? So there are two different DLC packs. Okay. Sonic Racing looks great.
It's another 10 out of 10 pre-show. Up next, Black Ops 7, Ghost of Yotei, Silent Hill F, Resident Evil Requiem, even more apparently. It is time for Gamescom Opening Night Live 2025. Thanks for watching.
Okay, now getting into business. 18 plus disclaimer. All right, so grown-ups only, mature minds. These are gonna say bad words.
Please welcome your host, the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Woo! It was only yesterday that I saw him at Summer Games Fest.
You guys ready?
Yeah. Got an impressive lineup, so I want to Silent Hill and
Welcome to Gamescom. We get the switch. All right. This is opening night live. Hello, everybody, and this is the kickoff to the biggest games festival in the world right here in Cologne, Germany. We've got over 5,000 fans in the hall here at Cologne Messe tonight. Welcome, everybody.
it's a lot of people. 5,000.
More than 300,000 people will walk the show floor, which for the first time has more than 1,500 exhibitors. It turns out that E3 didn't die, it just moved right here to Germany.
E3 didn't die. We just took over.
Watching live around the world. No matter where you are, we're all connected tonight as one global community to celebrate the art, creativity, and joy of games. From the boldest indies to the biggest blockbusters. Today, the game industry has never been more dynamic. Clever ideas from small teams are breaking through in huge ways.
So true.
This summer, Peak, a co-op climbing game created by Aggro Crab and Landfall Games, stormed the charts on Steam, and right now I can announce for the first time it has sold over 10 million copies to date.
That's insane. That's crazy.
And there's also other fun ones like
I know that it's been crazy popular. I haven't played it.
Where you can romance a treadmill or a curtain. It's on Steam right now. Check it out. It's sold an estimated 500,000 copies. All these successes prove
Damn.
something important. Small teams with big ideas can change the industry. And
That's
that
right.
brings us to one game made by a handful of developers in Australia. For 6 years, Team Cherry has been crafting Hollow Knight's Silksong. It is highly anticipated and Steam's most wish-listed game. Well, tonight, I can finally definitively tell you that Silksong is 100% actually launching this year. And behind me,
Never thought we'd see the day.
you're seeing some brand new Silksong gameplay, the first extended look since the last trailer in 2022. And starting tomorrow, you guys here at Gamescom can play a demo at the Nintendo and Xbox booths.
Damn, so it's like tangible. It's not just
Silksong is
a video. You could go walk out there and play it. It's crazy. 3 years.
On Thursday, Team
Silence.
Cherry is going to be sharing some news as part of a YouTube premiere on their channel, so make sure to check that out. Tonight, we'll give you a first look at this holiday's biggest games, like Call of Duty Black Ops 7 and Ghost of Yotei, plus major news on Prime Video's Fallout Season 2 arriving in December. And later, we'll have a special performance of the music of Claire Obscure Expedition 33, one of this year's most celebrated games.
Goddamn right.
Right here in Europe. Plus,
That's really what we're here for.
Requiem from Capcom,
That Resident Evil.
and the world premiere of the opening cinematic from World of Warcraft Midnight from Blizzard.
Huge things.
O&L is also about surprises, and we do have multiple brand new AAA game announcements and reveals over the next 2 hours, so stick around right until the end. This is our biggest opening night live we've ever done, so let's not waste another second. It all begins with this.
Here we go. We're getting into it now. Getting into it now.
It brings me such satisfaction to see you here.
Ooh.
A witness to my work. You will know fear.
God, I bet this was so cool in person.
They want you afraid. Fear makes you easier to control. It's time to wake up.
Your streets shall once again run red with your blood.
Raul Menendez ignited global unrest on an unprecedented scale.
Menendez is a terrorist. We're bringing peace and security to the world.
He refuses to let me go. Stop looking backwards, Dave. What matters is what we do next. A lot of people counting on us for answers.
Is this a... I don't know what this is. Nicaragua.
This isn't real.
The hell it ain't!
Oh, is this gonna be like an arena shooter? Or like an extraction game? Oh, maybe. Or it's single player? All four? Wingsuits?
Pull it together, man!
So eager to leave, David. Killing the man is a hell of a lot easier than killing the idea.
You were never cut out to be a Mason.
No more games. This ends now.
Damn.
Get the Reznov Challenge Pack when you pre-order now.
So wait, was that a view of the campaign? Or is that like how the multiplayer is? Or is it a game mode? It's Call of Duty. It's gonna be what it is. That's different.
How about that? Zombies, of course, Dead Ops Arcade as well. And it looks like we also have an official date. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 releases on November 14th. And to tell us more, please welcome Miles Leslie from Treyarch and Natalie Pohorsky from Raven to Opening Night Live.
I mean, you gotta get it out before Christmas. That's the goal. That's the key. I don't know. I've been more of a Battlefield person in my life. I played like Modern Warfare 2 way back
Hello,
when.
Guys, congratulations on the reveal. Welcome, Miles and Natalie to Opening Night Live.
Thanks for having us. We're very excited to finally talk about this game.
Yeah, excited. Let's get into it.
All right, well, that trailer was obviously intense. Black Ops is back. Twisted world of Black Ops as always, and it looks like you're definitely pushing the envelope again.
Absolutely, Jeff. It's been a long road,
Hopefully.
and we're thrilled to finally be sharing what we've been building. Black Ops 7's got a bold vision of the future. We're diving into 2035, and it's a future that feels real, just out of reach, but it's twisted in
10
only
years
the
from now.
ways Black Ops could. And, you know, you come to expect what you got there. It's a world of fear. The shadows are gone. Nothing is what it seems.
Yeah, 2035 setting. So the question is, you know, we're wondering how does Menendez, how does this all fit into the Black Ops timeline?
Yeah, so we're pulling threads from Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 6, but don't worry, don't get it twisted. This is a beast of its own, Black Ops 7. We're stepping into a world spiraling from the return of Raul Menendez and the consequences of the past.
All right, well, I'm curious who the protagonist is, so you can tell us who's stepping into the light in this game.
Yeah, David Mason returns, but he is not the same. He's carrying deep scars. Some you can see, some you can't. And he's got a new team with him, and every mission, every move is a test.
Now,
And
what
we're
makes the story
also-
stand apart? Yeah.
We're also introducing the Guild.
Yes.
Important to mention, a global tech force that claims to be humanity's last line of defense against
they
this
do.
mysterious threat. And their CEO, Emma Kagan, is a visionary leader with a clear mission. But how she chooses to confront this crisis is often at odds with David and his team. So it's not a battle of good versus evil, it's a clash of philosophies. What kind of future are we building, and who gets to decide?
So this is
All
one of
right,
those
so
real
some
deep
thoughts there.
thinking
So, yeah,
Call
tell
of
us about
Duties.
how does the story stand apart this time?
It's the characters.
Okay.
So the story is about identity, memory, and consequence. And we've crafted this cast like pieces of a puzzle. So each one has a reason to be there, and each one brings something unique to the table. And we've also got our central city of Avalon, which is more than just a backdrop. It's a living, breathing space that evolves with the player. And it's also where our story roots take hold.
All right, well, one thing we want to talk about is gameplay, and I understand you're doing a co-op campaign for this one?
That's right. From the start, we
different.
wanted to make a bold change with the campaign.
Co-op
Black Ops
campaign.
7 can be played solo or up to 4 players. It's a shared experience, and every mission has been handcrafted for variety. Tone, pacing, gameplay location. You're going to be running on the rooftops of Japan, exploring the Mediterranean coast, and then diving deep into the human psyche. All of it has been crafted to really add clues to the story and offer their own gameplay focus.
Wow, so wild story, co-op campaign, you are definitely pushing boundaries this time.
Yes, we are. Black Ops 7 is all about innovation across the entire game, and not just in gameplay, but in how we tell stories, how we connect players, and how we build worlds. And this is just the beginning. There's more to come at Call of Duty Next, including multiplayer and zombies. But for now, we hope you guys are excited to step into something new and experience something truly unforgettable.
Amazing. All right, Call of Duty Black Ops 7, thanks so much.
I feel like it would
guys.
still play
And
just
now,
like Call of
here's a
Duty, though.
behind-the-scenes look from the rest of the Call of Duty development team.
Like outside of the campaign of the story, I feel like you know what you're getting into.
Black Ops 7 brings an all-new way to play the Call of Duty campaign. This time, you're not going in alone. You have the option this year to play solo or up to 4-player co-op start to finish. You can bring your friends, you can make some new ones, and there's a whole bunch of adventure even after the story.
For solo players, we really make sure that they can engage in the campaign the way they want to and feel like they're truly playing a Black Ops story.
What's going to be fun is having each player in your squad gravitate towards their own play style and then really playing it off of each other.
We've crafted this as an inherently social mode that features the amazing linear Call of Duty missions that our community loves.
Mission variety is at the core of the Black Ops 7 campaign. The pacing shifts between high-intensity combat, stealth-driven objectives, and deeply psychological sequences that challenge your perception of reality. Avalon serves as the narrative's anchor throughout, but the campaign stretches far beyond its borders, both geographically and thematically.
It's dynamic and full of opportunities to explore, experiment, and experience the story in new ways.
And in the culmination of the co-op campaign, we're unleashing something bold, the endgame. It's a proving ground to put everything you've mastered throughout the campaign to the test. The endgame is a brand new PvE social experience where you and your squad will need to survive overwhelming odds, adapt under pressure, and break the rules of what you thought a campaign could be.
Well, this is kind of like a horde
is
mode.
A new step in your power journey as you wield personalized abilities and face unexpected challenges. And here, all of Avalon opens up.
It gives us a lot of freedom to have some fun with the gameplay mechanics, player movement. Players really can turn the map into their playground.
This is
what is
your
it,
chance
Omni
to explore
movement?
the world
That's the big
beyond the
thing?
mission.
Where's that the last Call of Duty? I don't know anymore.
That's just a quick look at what's to come with the campaign. Every mode of this game is built with the intention to deliver the best possible experience to our players. So whether you're a Call of Duty veteran or new blood, there's something for you in Black Ops 7.
All right, for much more on Call of Duty Black Ops 7, make
I mean,
sure to watch
they're
the
putting their
full-length
their energy
Black
into
Ops
it.
7 Direct and tune into Call of Duty Next on September 30th. Still to come, we'll have news on Fallout Season 2 and the announcement of a brand new game from adventure game legend Ron Gilbert. I grew up playing his games, and I can't wait to show you his next unexpected creation a little bit later. All right, who's ready for our first brand new game announcement of the night?
Yeah, let's
I
go.
figured you'd feel that way. Well, to do the honors, please welcome back to ONL one of the most respected and recognizable hosts in esports. She's my co-host, Shox.
I don't. The most recognizable, probably not for me. I might not.
Hi everyone, thank you so much, Jeff. It is so great to be back here at Gamescom and ONL. I just had so much fun last year that I had to run it back. And let me just say, we have an unbelievable show for you tonight. And now, without further ado, it's time for our first new game announcement at
Here we
ONL.
go.
Please enjoy.
All right, now we're really getting into it.
Gods have forsaken us for fear of the coming darkness consumes all but you, lamp bearer. Something stirs.
Wait, is this Tainted Grail? Is that the name?
So I ask you, will you harness this darkness within and deliver unto our so-called lords
That looks great.
retribution?
Aesthetically, it's really cool. The art direction, design. Whoa, she got hand wings. Wing arms. Arm wings.
But should you fall, the world falls with you.
Oh shit. Oh, so the whole place is messed up.
Lords of the Fallen 2. Wishlist.
Lords of the Fallen 2.
Wishlist now. All right, Lords of the Fallen 2 is
Hell
official
yeah.
set 100 years after the last game as a fragile veil between the living and the dead begins to tear. CI Games promises a sequel that's bloodier, faster, and more brutal than ever. With more aggressive combat and new boss battles, your first look at gameplay will arrive later this year.
Great,
All right,
that's what we want.
Now for something completely different. This next game won Game of the Year at the Game Awards and comes from one of the most celebrated studios on the planet. Next year, it's making the leap to become a major anime. And tonight, we're breaking the news with your exclusive first look.
What? Did he? Oh, is it Sekiro? They're making a Sekiro anime? I don't know who is, but... Deus, actually. The art style looks incredible. It looks cool. This is awesome. Yeah, no defeat. Exclusive. Who's the studio doing it?
Looks awesome. All right. We're getting
Agreed.
started.
It looks
Our
amazing. It looks
next new
great.
Game announcement stars a hero who needs no introduction.
That's so cool.
A true legend of justice and gadgets.
Lego Batman? Wait, hold on. It's actually by the studio. I love these games.
I need to become more than a man. I need to become a symbol.
What did you have in mind?
That was like really high quality. What the heck? It's so smooth. Boys, you get like a whole Gotham? And then you get to play as like Batman pre-Batman.
Who are you? I'm Batman.
Whoa, wait, that's what...
Why so serious? You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. I'm allergic to nuts.
Oh my god.
Who's the man behind the mask?
Oh, so you have those gadgets and you got the tumbler. Oh shit. Wait, so there's like... You're the one Batman, or you go through like multiple stories, or... It's the Robert Pattinson Batman. Legacy of the Dark Knight. Okay, hold on. This could be...
Darkness is your ally. You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by... Ah! Who put that there? I
God
could
damn it.
have really hurt myself.
Not gonna lie, that looks incredible. That looks great. The Lego Star Wars ones are fantastic. So there's gonna be the different types of Batman skins.
Lego Batman development team, Jonathan Smith.
And stories. Oh, are they gonna talk about it? Okay, cool. I'll stop speculating and just let it tell us what it is.
Jonathan, welcome to ONL. All right, so after the huge success with Lego Star Wars, you guys are returning to Lego Batman?
We are so thrilled to reveal this game tonight for the first time to you all and to the world.
Yep.
And that's not all. At Gamescom, you will be able to play Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight.
Damn it! Why can't I be closer to Germany?
Pretty amazing. All right, well, there will be a demo on the show floor for everyone. Now, let's break down that trailer because we see so many fan-favorite references, to films and things like that. So, what is the story of this game?
This is the definitive, essential Batman story. We take you on Bruce Wayne's epic journey from origin to legend. You'll train with the League of Shadows. You'll fight crime on the streets of Gotham. And as the years go by, you'll establish your ultimate legacy as the Dark Knight. We've incorporated iconic moments and deep-cut references from decades of Batman movies, TV shows, comics, and games.
Amazing.
All brought together and brought to life in our unique Lego world.
Well, we could not wait for it.
A labor of love.
Let's also talk about the combat, because we've got some real gameplay here of the combat, and I gotta say, feels like you're really amping things up here this time.
Oh, the team has created a really rich, deep combat system that's authentic to Batman's unique style. So, surrounded by enemies, you'll pull off powerful attacks, counters, and takedowns. You'll use cool gadgets like batarangs to stun enemies and the Batclaw to reel them in. For the first time, we've added difficulty levels, Caped Crusader and Dark Knight mode for those who want an extra challenge. And you'll build a new Bat family of allies as you're joined by playable partner characters like Jim Gordon, Catwoman, Robin, Batgirl, each with their own gear, which you'll need as you take on a rogues gallery of villains from Joker, Penguin, and many more, including the mighty Bane, as you saw in the trailer, voiced by the incredible Matt Berry.
Oh my God, I cannot wait to see what you're packing into this game. It also looks like you have a bit of is it an open world Gotham? Is that fair to say this?
Sure, that's right. Gotham is a playground, a Lego playground where
Try
you're
to talk
free to explore. You
over
can
him.
Grapple from rooftop to rooftop, glide over the streets, or cruise around in your choice of Batmobile. This game has it all.
I think you've sold me on it. All right, John.
I mean, that's cool, right? Like, I'm curious all the gadgets and everything else you can use in the Batmobile.
You can play Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight for the first time starting tomorrow on the Gamescom show floor. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Awesome. All right. Now over to Shots with our next new game announcement exclusively on ONL.
Thank you so much,
Here
Jeff.
we go.
Indeed, I find myself here in the audience. There we go. I find myself here in the audience. Thank you so much, Jeff. And some of the best fans at ONL. So is everybody having fun?
So far, not a bad start.
To come, we have an amazing musical performance from Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
I can't
can
wait.
Hardly wait. And also a new look at Resident Evil Requiem, as well as a bunch of other surprises. I know what you guys are excited for. I can hear it. But now it's time for a new game announcement. A long-awaited sequel that fans have been eager to see for nearly a decade.
A decade.
The enemies of humanity across 1,000 worlds. No respite, no remorse, no mercy.
I don't care what it is. It's a Warhammer game. I'm into it. What are we doing?
The Emperor, his angels of death. But the Imperium lies broken, its armies scattered and reeling. Our foes rise to drag us down, and the galaxy has been torn.
This is so cool.
On the world of Cronus, we make our stand. We are the Blood Ravens.
Blood
There is no
Ravens.
victory to claim here. Only vengeance to enact. Whilst even one of us lives, we fight. For only in death does duty end.
Dawn of War. Dawn of War 4. Oh, I heard 3 was not great. So this is kind of wild, but they're doing a 4th one. I'm already I'm ready to go. This looks... I love RTS strategy games, so this is already... I'm already willing to go. Give it a go. So you got the Blood Ravens, I guess they're like the red Space Marines. And then you got Orcs. And then the green robot guys. I don't know a lot about Warhammer lore, but I find it fascinating.
70 missions. Dawn of War 4 is coming in 2026 to PC. All right, now it's time for an unexpected update from the Monster Hunter Wilds team about a very special crossover event.
See, I probably would have given this a shot. I could not get it above like 20 FPS on my for whatever reason. I have a 3080 Ti, but it just did not want to run well at all. So I never ended up getting it. But we got the Chocobos and the Cactus. It's about all I know about Final Fantasy, really. And Cloud. Sephiroth. Crossover. Final Fantasy stuff in Monster Hunter? Omega Planetus? That's gotta be wild, like an actual robot. Pretty cool. I feel like that's a big deal, but I don't know who that is, so you guys go.
Very special guests together on stage. Ryozo-san from Capcom and Yoshi P from Square Enix.
They brought Yoshi P on site.
And Bono will translate for us. Well, guys, it's great to have you both together here at Gamescom. Ryozo-san, what can you tell us about this collaboration?
Hey, thank you, Jeff. ドイツの皆さん、配信をご覧の皆さん、こんにちは。今日ですね、このファイナルファンタジー14との特別なコラボレーションを発表できたことを本当に嬉しく思っています。
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening to everyone at Gamescom and all the friends watching online. Today, we're very excited to announce a special collaboration with Final Fantasy XIV.
ですね、モンスターハンターワールドの時にもコラボさせてもらったんですけど、その時もですね、吉田さんとまたちょっと機会あったらどっかでやれたらいいですねみたいな話をしてたんですけど、今回それが実現しました。今日お見せした、映像はですね、まだ一部でして、詳細は、来月皆様にお伝えできると思いますので、そちらの方を注目していただけたらと思います。あとですね、今回もですね、吉田さんと、スクエアエニックスのスタッフの皆さん、本当に全面協力していただいたことをですね、感謝してます。吉田さん、ありがとうございます。はい。で、ここからですね、ぜひ吉田さんにバトンタッチして、感想をいただけたらと思っております。
After our collaboration in Monster Hunter World, I remember talking to Yoshida-san and discussing how much we wanted to do it again, and now we're very thrilled to make it happen. What we showed you is just a little glimpse of what's to come, so please look out for more information that's coming next month. But of course, Yoshida-san and the Square Enix team have been working just as hard with us on this special collaboration. So I'd like to not only thank him, but turn it over to him to share some thoughts.
That's crazy. She remembered all of that.
まずはこのような素敵な場所に招いていただいたジェフさん、それから我々にね、いつも本当にたくさんのインスピレーションをくれる良三さん、それからカプコンの開発チーム、そして何よりゲームファンの皆さん、本当にありがとうございます。
Guten Tag, Gamescom. First of all, I'd like to thank Jeff for having us here and Ryozo-san for all the inspiration, the Capcom team for working on this special collaboration, and to everyone enjoying our games. Thank you so much.
今、良三さんの方からもちょっとご紹介いただきましたけど、モンスターハンターワールドの時にもご一緒させていただいて、 今回それに引き続き第2弾ということで、モンスターハンターワイルズとも、我々クロスオーバーと呼んでですね、全面協力して、コンテンツ開発してきました。
As Ryozo-san mentioned, we worked together on Monster Hunter World, and we wanted to make it happen again, and it's happening for Monster Hunter Wilds. We would call it a crossover, and we're very happy to make this happen with all of our efforts joined together.
もちろんクロスオーバーですので、ファイナルファンタジー14側にも、スペシャルなバトルコンテンツご用意しております。今日は先ほどねティザートレーラーとして、モンスターハンターワイルズ側の映像を見ていただきましたが、我々もちょっとだけ映像をご用意してきました。
Since this is a crossover collaboration, not only Monster Hunter Wilds, but Final Fantasy XIV would also be having a special collaboration content inside it. Outside of the trailer we just saw, Final Fantasy XIV has also prepared a short trailer to show you what you can get.
Wow. All right.
Oh, it's going
Thank
both
you so
ways.
much. Ryozo-san, Yoshida-san, here's the trailer.
It's a good day to be a fan of both. Ooh. It's like Monster Hunter stuff inside Final Fantasy XIV. Alright, so you got the chickens. I don't know what you call them. They're not chocobos. They're whatever that is from Monster Hunter. And big boss. Raid? Raid or just a raid boss? Open world boss? World boss. Ah, it's a mystery. We'll never know. You trade chickens. Trade different types of chickens between the two. And then giant... I mean, I don't know if it's not a dragon. Whatever the...
brought us back to this place. Something that knows us. Knows the rules. But what if this wasn't the place, after all? Look around you. They can see you. Do you believe this is real?
I don't know.
This isn't a game.
It's not?
It's a test. But do you ever ask yourself, what are we here for?
Yeah, there's that philosophical questions.
We're here to play.
Whoa, it was meta. It was like not just in game, but out of in our world.
Are you ready to play? Welcome to the world's biggest gaming playground. Game on.
God, it would be so cool to actually
1,500
go.
exhibitors.
I feel like that'd be rad.
Endless games to explore right here in Cologne. Discover rising stars at Gamescom awesome indies. Step into the cosplay universe, on-site or online.
Very cool.
Watch, join, become the hero. Experience live shows, esports battles, and creator events in the Gamescom event arena. Not in Cologne? Go to Gamescom.global. Stream the highlights on Gamescom Now, vote in the Gamescom Award, or dive into our Gamescom studio on Twitch and YouTube. And of course, we're here to play.
That's where we're
Join the
at
fun in
now.
our community RPG, Gamescom Epics. Loot awaits. We care. Gamescom runs on 100% renewable energy and puts accessibility first.
How's that work?
The whole city joins in at the Gamescom City Festival. It doesn't stop there. The whole world comes together, not only here in Cologne, but also at Gamescom Latam, Gamescom Asia, and beyond. Welcome to Cologne. Welcome to Gamescom.
Cool. How's the renewable energy though? Is it all like
And now, keep on watching
solar?
Gamescom Opening Night Live.
They like stocked it up
I'm ready
the week
to game,
before?
all right? And that was only a glimpse of what is to come here at Gamescom, the biggest playground in the world, and what it has in store for you. We're here to play, and the fun is just getting started. So, Jeff, what's next? Is it anything good?
I think it's going to be good. It's going to be a video game, I can tell you that much. Last year
Oh,
at the
thank
Game
God.
Awards,
Okay.
we had
It's
the
a video
honor
game.
of announcing the long-awaited return of one of Capcom's most iconic action series, Onimusha.
And tonight,
Yes.
we take the next step on that journey. Here's a brand new look at Onimusha, Way of the Sword, coming in 2026.
Oh, thank God. I can't wait. Onimusha is so good. I am so glad that they're actually bringing it back.
Hello there, fallen samurai.
To think something like this was right under the city.
Ooh.
What fearsome power! Be careful!
Oh, righteous! And after everything you and your awful kind put him through, too.
It's gross.
Were you feeling left out?
Ew.
Let me show you something to cheer you up.
Okay, that's actually bad. They reform into their own. Cool. Multiple weapons. Multiple weapons and big monsters. And a cool parry system.
I'm terribly sorry. Anyway, do enjoy.
Creepy. I can't wait. This looks so cool. This looks so fun. And Expedition 33 has made me appreciate a good parry system more than I did before.
The
So,
automated industry complex will be the link, connecting and uniting every fragment of this shattered world. This is the driving force that will keep us going. Continuous improvement is essential for keeping pace with advancements in technology.
what is this?
Enfield. They don't simply talk about our dreams. We do what we can to make them a reality.
It's like a tower defense?
Operators accounted for. The team is ready for the mission.
Okay, they're actually going to show us. Okay. So, I don't want to think it's a gacha game. Ooh, so it's kind of like satisfactory in a way. I mean, it's essentially, yeah. But you go out and actually fight things and do stuff. Is it co-op? Arc Knight's Enfield. App Store, Google Play. Oh, it's also mobile. It might be a gacha game. But it also just might be a good game. I hope. Right? But another strategy game. Kingdom of Sicily. Is this Civilization? This is different. This is different. Kingdom. All right. Europa Universalis 5. I never played the first 4.
The Alpha.
She was found. This will truly be the birth
Daemon
of a
Ex
new world.
Machina.
A world where we are the one and only human race.
I'm afraid your friends came far too late.
I see the years haven't been kind.
I know about the Alpha. Why is she here?
The animations of the characters look kind of not there yet, but these guys look cool. Oh, more mech games is a good thing.
Now it's your turn to suffer.
Whoa. Okay.
Hand over the Alpha and let us end this war.
Oh, Mother. Thank you.
Oh, they're demo. There's demo now. Titanic.
Your sole directive is to now serve and comply. Do you comply?
No.
What is this? It's like a bullet hell roguelike?
A way out is here. I can feel it.
Void Breaker. Out now.
You guys having fun so far?
Just came out of nowhere.
We got a lot of shows still coming your way. All right. Now it is time to head back into the wasteland. We're talking about the TGA award-winning Fallout series based on Bethesda's legendary RPG franchise. Season 1 earned universal praise for its tone, storytelling, and original characters, not to mention how faithfully it brought Bethesda's game world to life.
I did
Later
hear
this
that.
year, the series returns to Prime Video for Season 2. To tell us more, please welcome to ONL some very special guests. Series executive producer Jonathan Nolan, executive producer Geneva Robertson-Dorrit, and stars Ella Purnell and Aaron Moten.
Yeah. See, I've never played any Fallouts, and therefore I also never watched the show, so I'm completely oblivious to any of this information. But the people that did it, the show won a lot of praise for a reason, right? I do know the weight that people really enjoy Fallout.
Hi, everybody. Great to see you all.
So I respect
Welcome
it,
to Cologne
even though I don't know anything.
Gamescom. Jonah, we've got 5,000 Fallout fans here in the hall tonight, millions more watching online, and we can't wait to hear about the new season.
Yeah, we're very excited. We literally just wrapped, jumped on a plane, and came out to see you guys. Gamescom is actually really kind of where it started for us, the journey on this show. It was 2 years ago. We asked Todd Howard to come here and show the very first footage that anyone had seen anywhere of the first season. We didn't come because we figured if the reception was negative, we'd just blame it on Todd. So we're back, and given that history, it's that much more disappointing that we didn't bring any footage to show you guys.
Damn.
Well, let's talk a bit about Season 2. As we see behind us, it looks like we're headed to New Vegas, right, Janelle?
Yes, Lucy and the Ghoul ended last season dealing with a lot of family troubles. So we thought it would only be right to send them to the most family-friendly town in the wasteland to go deal with their shit. And along the way, we're really excited to take them all to some of our favorite locations from the game.
Oh my God, yeah, it's such a classic game, and we're very excited to see what you have in store for us for Season 2. Ella, it's great to see you again. Thanks for coming up to
Post-apocalyptic
Cologne. Last time we saw you was at Game Awards when Fallout won Best Adaptation. You were up against yourself in Arcane, and you won for Fallout. Congratulations. We want to talk about Lucy's journey in Season 2. How do you think her exposure to the Wasteland is going to sort of affect her Vulture sensibilities this time?
Yes. The question is, what is she going to do when she finds her dad? Is she going to bring him back to her vault and give him justice, or is she going to give him wasteland justice, which is the ghouls' justice? I think a central question of the season is whether Lucy will transform the ghoul or whether the ghoul will transform Lucy, and how much they will influence
The duality.
Okay, I like it. Aaron, let's talk a bit about Maximus. He went through
So she's
quite an
missing her
evolution
dad,
last
too.
season. Now that Lucy and Ghoul are kind of heading to New Vegas, tell us about Maximus. How does he get deeper into the Brotherhood of Steel this season?
So deep.
Yes.
So
Tell
deep,
us more.
Jeff.
Brotherhood of
Yeah, when
Steel.
we first met
That sounds cool.
Maximus, all he wanted was to be a knight. And now, in very Fallout fashion, it's a little bit of a careful what you wish for moment. So here he is now with his newfound status, trying to make the world a better place in extremely, or I guess deeply, flawed society.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, we cannot wait to see what you guys have in store for season 2. Let's talk a bit about Ghoul. Can we expect more sort of Cooper Howard flashbacks as well in season 2?
Yes, absolutely. Cooper Howard and the Ghoul, played by the amazing Walton Goggins, definitely coming back. We have so much more to do. Obviously, we ended the last season with Cooper Howard dealing with, I think, a very common marriage problem. What do you do when you find out your spouse is planning nuclear war? And so he's going to figure that out. And as he does, he's going to uncover a greater conspiracy with huge implications for the Wasteland.
All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing how that unravels.
I feel like nuclear war is...
Season 1, of course, was known for amazing original characters that you guys built in the Fallout world. We thought that was so cool. But now that you're diving a little more directly into New Vegas, I think the fans here want to know, are we going to see any more direct ties to the video game and characters, locations in this season?
Well, we're super proud of the original story that Geneva and Graham are telling, but there was one character in particular from New Vegas that I was really excited at the possibility of seeing a little bit more from. We're writers, we're no good at describing this stuff. Maybe we should, pictures worth 1,000 words?
Oh.
I think so.
Okay, all right. Well, it sounds like then we might get to hear a little bit more Seal of season 2. Is that possible tonight?
Well, I don't know, Jeff. I heard you like world premieres.
We like those, right, guys? Right, Gamescom?
Gamescom. All right, Gamescom. Here's a world premiere of our teaser trailer for season 2 of Fallout, streaming this December on Fallout Prime Video all over the world.
Amazing. All right, let's check it out. Thanks so much.
World premiere of the teaser trailer. Let's go. You guys gotta let me know if this is actually really good.
I'm looking for someone.
Common story around here. Someone you care about or someone you hate?
Oh, what a great question. What say you, Miss McClane?
Why would my dad go to Las Vegas?
You want to know why the world ended? It started here.
Oh.
With one man.
So it's not just... There's relevance for Vegas, not just because it's a popular city.
Cooper Howard, star of the silver screen.
Like yourself, I am the very best at what I do. And what I do is I know everything.
Flashback?
I know there's a war coming. The bombs will only be the beginning. My concern is that you would do just about anything to save your family.
Oh, shit.
I think you are actually quite a violent man. You just don't want to kill me yet.
Manipulation. Is he responsible for all this?
Let's get lucky, shall we?
I don't know. It looks like they take it very seriously. So, what the hell? Raptor?
I defer to you about what to do in this situation.
Okay. That looked pretty cool. This looks crap. I might actually have to watch the first season.
That looks incredible. Deathclaw, of course, and our first look at the new season, and Robert Harris's Jonathan Tease, played by Justin Theroux. It is an amazing Gamescom exclusive, and we've got another one for you. The first drop of the all-new Season 2 posters. We cannot wait to see what Lucy, Maximus, and the Ghoul have in store for us when Fallout Season 2 begins December 17th with new episodes premiering weekly on Prime Video. All right, now back to you, Shox.
Thank you so much. That looks so awesome. I can't wait. But last year, Indiana
Oh, it is?
Jones and
Fallout
the Great Circle
New
was
Vegas is the
acclaimed
most
for its
loved
incredible
game in the
gameplay and
franchise.
story. And next month, the adventure continues with
That's
the Order
wild.
of Giants, a story expansion with new puzzles and foes.
Huge.
Here is your first look at the gameplay and a special announcement.
I have to play New Vegas at some point then. Indiana Jones. Are they doing another game?
What do you know about the legend of the Nameless Crusader?
Wrong.
Fierce warrior. Fought in the siege of Antioch, 1097 AD. Very tall, like a giant.
Pope Paul IV had an item of this crusader in his possession, his helmet.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I see the helmet, I'll leave it exactly as I found it. Sound good? Oops. Giant guardians. Their roots go way, way back.
This looks cool. This looks
Worshipped
cool.
by the Mithras cult.
I can't believe you dare to investigate this.
Impressive for a snake. It says Semper Vivus. Always living. Not dead. He's not in a tomb.
It's pretty cool. So obviously, like, Uncharted was inspired very much by, like, Tomb Raider and Indiana Jones. Right? So I get a lot of vibes from this. The Order of the Giants. Is that DLC? I don't know how I feel like first person feels weird, but it's probably different when you actually play it. They're bringing it to the Switch too? It can run that? That's crazy.
Indiana Jones and the Order of Giants is coming on September 4th. And as we just announced, it will also be released on Nintendo Switch 2 in 2026.
It's like 2 weeks from now? 3 weeks from now?
Now, let's step into the world of Deadpool. First announced at Summer Game Fest, here is the latest trailer for Deadpool VR, which reveals more of the villains and the release date.
But what about the gameplay?
My massive
I'm never going to be able to play because I don't have a VR, but...
streaming network is expanding.
Nice imagery.
To score eyeballs, I need talent.
Now that is efficient exposition.
It's pretty good. It's Neil Patrick Harris voicing him.
That is bastards recruited across time and space. They require persuasion.
Look who it is. Spyro Gyro, a deluxe portal for two, if you please.
Adoring fans will be watching your every move.
You can throw the swords. Okay.
On a reality show to the cheers of trillions.
Oh shit.
I have little
That's kind
tolerance
of
for
creative.
low ratings.
Oh shit. OMG.
Lady did. See, you got to be able to do some wild stuff in that for it to like really be super fun.
Right.
Like
Mojo
throw the
is in
guns,
Deadpool
throw the
VR 2,
swords,
voiced
throw
by
shit.
John Leguizamo. Now,
Pick things up.
On to this next world premiere.
Okay. Oh. Got the fish. World of Tanks. A lot of tanks. World of Tanks 2. What is their gameplay? Oh wait, there's a plane. There's a plane. Might not be all tanks. Oh my god, it is World of Tanks 2. World of Tanks 2.0. That's crazy. God damn it. For a second I was like, maybe it's not all tanks.
Update 2.0 lands September 3rd. This is the biggest update in the game's history, featuring 16 tier 11 tanks and tons of new and upgraded features.
Absolutely. All right, next. Saber and Focus delivered Space Marine 2, one of the most fun action games of the generation. Well, next year they are set to do it again in John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. This FPS action game combines classic 80s action horror with over-the-top humor.
Ooh.
Well, here is the world gameplay premiere of John Carpenter's Toxic Commando.
Hell yeah. I still gotta finish Space Marine 2, but with how good they did, I could totally believe that this game will play and feel fun. Ooh. I don't know anything about John Carpenter's, like, this universe. It's kind of like a Left 4 Dead vibe.
I need some first. Can you all please cover me? Whatever
I only know John Carpenter's The Thing. Ooh. I mean, it looks fun. It looks fun. Definitely if you got people to play with.
All right, our next reveal comes from a true legend of game design, Ron Gilbert, the mind behind Monkey Island, Maniac Mansion, and so many other classic games that defined the golden age of point-and-click adventure games in the 80s and 90s. I love those games growing up. Well, now Ron is back with something completely new and completely unexpected. It's called Death by Scrolling, a roguelike, vertically scrolling RPG set in purgatory where you'll battle waves of enemies, hoard gold, and do everything you can to stay one step ahead of the Grim Reaper herself. Here's the first ever look.
Okay. Death by scrolling. Or death is the least of your problems. Oh, so it just keeps going on its own? So you just gotta go. All right, Jacqueline, Skylar, Bucket, Pastor Paul, and Chad. Run, fight, loot, don't stop, because that's where he's waiting. Death himself. Death by Reaper. Quest shops, boss fights. It's like hell, but with a job. Does he have like the roguelike cards? Choose an upgrade that lasts. It's a lot of cards. All you gotta do, survive, earn 10,000 gold, pay the ferryman. Easy, right? That's a fascinating concept. So that's the idea that you get out.
It's very fun.
But
I've actually been playing this game
not
for the
that
past
easy.
few weeks, and trust me, it is dangerously addictive. The screen, as you can see, never stops moving, so you're constantly on the move fighting to stay alive. A really fun game. Make sure to check it out. All right. Now onto a studio
cool.
known for its unforgettable storytelling. Back in 2019, the groundbreaking RPG Disco Elysium took home 4 Game Awards. Since then, Zhong, the studio behind it, has been through a host of changes, but tonight, 6 years later, those who now make up the studio are ready to give the world the very first look at their next CRPG. It's a dive into the shadowy world of espionage, where the truth can be stranger than fiction, and every failure isn't the end, but the start of a new path.
Oh, interesting. I've heard nothing but great things about Disco Elysium. So.
Brilliant. Relentless.
Pre-rendered.
Magnetic. Her name was Herschel. Dark gold hair, a well-worn life beneath. A dandelion puff, waiting to be blown. She tried to look out for me. For us. None of it mattered in the end. Everything she touched rippled into failure.
My friends are you. Zero Paradis. Zero Paradis.
Now, let's
Parodies?
talk about Gamescom Cares, our platform for responsibility projects here at Gamescom that we hold very close to our hearts. This year, we are giving the stage to highlight one of the many great initiatives. It's dedicated to all the games promoting democracy. We invited a developer to learn more about it, and I'm here with Jörg Friedrich, CEO of Paint Bucket Games from Germany. Hello, tell us about the game you made, The Darkest Files.
Hi, thank you. In The Darkest Files, we tell the true story of Fritz Bauer, who was persecuted by the Nazis and forced to flee Germany, only to return after the war to fight them with the sharpest sword of democracy, the rule of law. It shows how quickly a constitutional state can become an unjust state and how this leads to darkness. But it also shows that we cannot simply stand by and watch. When this happens, we must take action.
Indeed. There are other examples like your game playable here at Gamescom, such as Glass House by Flat 28 Collective from Italy, a story-rich CRPG set in a lockdown apartment block at the dawn of a world war.
Oh.
And Compensation Not Guaranteed
cool.
by Team Project Lunch from Singapore, a document checker thriller about a post-colonial country from the perspective of a government official worker. So, Jörg, can you tell us why these games are so important and so impactful?
Well, games are more than entertainment. Like any great art form, they reflect our concerns, our fears, our hopes, and what preoccupies us. Democracy is under attack right now. Minority rights are being violated, and the world is becoming increasingly interconnected. So games are a powerful medium for addressing these issues, and they have the potential to inspire change. I am glad that not only are many people in the global games industry engaging in projects like this, but also more and more institutions like the European Commission or the United Nations.
A very important message. Thank you so much, Jörg. And of course, thank you to all of the dedicated developers around the world who put so much heart and soul into those games, making the world a little better. Please check them out, everyone, and check out all the great initiatives of Gamescom Cares. Now, we have much more Gamescom ONL to come next. It's a very special performance of the music of Clair Obscur Expedition 33, plus Resident Evil Requiem.
Yes. Oh, that's an interesting assortment of games. And on that one. That one reminded me of Papers, Please. What is this? Anime Need for Speed? Oh, I got Sentai outfits? That's cool. Okay, levels. Neverness to everness.
You're just a part of my life, and you're just a part of my life.
What is this? Was it like a rhythm game? The art style seems familiar. No, I don't think we see that before. Maybe? It looks neat, but it looks definitely like a rhythm action.
It is fate
Work in
that
progress.
brought us together.
Such a pathetic place.
Who is this guy? What does he want?
I like his sword.
Your ignorance is despicable.
A power stirs deep beneath us. Whatever's lurking, it's behind this gate.
Robot fish. Remind me of Atlantis. Oh, it's like a co-op action? It's 4 characters.
How long have they been trapped in here?
Well, there's chat though, so is this like an online?
I shall break the cycle.
Oh. Yellow Galactus. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings World. So is it like an MMO? Maybe not an MMO, like an online. The Fortnite. Squid Game Fortnite. But see, like the real threat of the game never really comes through. You gotta have like the controller explode or something at home if you die. That's the only way to really bring the Squid Game. Oh, it's extraction shooter. Oh, what is this? Delta Force. Yeah, Delta. Never played it. I just see that. I've seen that color green in that logo.
Launches today on PS5 and Xbox, and the best part, it is free to play. Now it is time for something truly special, and one of the most requested moments from our community this year. Earlier in 2025, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, the debut title from French indie studio Sandfall Interactive, captured hearts with its stunning Belle Epoque-inspired world and unforgettable style.
It's so good.
This is a very special game, and tonight we wanted to bring that world to life right here on stage at ONL with a special acoustic performance from the game's soundtrack. Please join me in welcoming, for their first big live performance ever, the composer of the game, Laurent Testard, and vocalist Alice Dupont-Pissier, performing Alicia from Clair Obscur Expedition 33.
Hell yeah. It's Alicia thingy, but that's so cool. He's actually... This is incredible. This is his first time producing professionally. God damn. They sound incredible live. That's crazy. Oh my god, her voice? Ridiculous. God damn.
It was absolutely beautiful, absolutely amazing. Thank you so, so much. And we have so much more opening night live right after this.
Great job, Jeff, getting him in there. That was great.
Since ancient times, the Hayabusa and Raven ninja clans have fought to keep peace.
Ninja Guide.
The Hayabusa clan in the spotlight. But your clan, the Raven clan, has always had a secret motive.
Thanks. I owe you one, Hayabusa.
Expect heavy resistance from the DDO.
Oh.
We're all counting on you, Yakumo.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yakumo, just focus on the hostiles for now.
Understood.
It's really mech arms.
Stop this madness. Stay away from the Dark Dragon Seal. Go back home to your little raven nest.
Oh, he's cool.
Or die here.
Wait, so we play as him?
If you truly think you have what it takes to slay the Dark Dragon, prove it.
The very fiend that resurrected the Dark Dragon years ago. Even a mortal such as yourself has heard of me?
Oh.
Die, insect.
Holy shit. I don't know any of the lore. I just remember playing it like way back in
Don't kill him. The whole
high school.
world's at stake.
That's fascinating. So wait, we play as the...
Well,
we're not playing
so
as
many great
Reed.
games so far, so make sure to spread some love to these amazing developers and teams behind them, and wishlist your next favorite game on Steam by checking out our Gamescom Steam event. And the best thing is you'll find even more games from this year's Gamescom show floors, from beloved indies to
Yeah,
big
a lot of stuff.
blockbuster titles, by scanning the
Very
QR
cool.
code below.
Matt! Holy
Now
shit, Matt's
it's
here.
time
What's
for
up,
the
Matt?
world gameplay premiere of an MMO shooter set in a post-apocalyptic
Thanks for stopping by.
dystopian
You and
Seoul,
Jam
South Korea.
we're all hanging out. It's great.
From NCSoft, this is Cinder City, blending
I
narrative-driven
kind of went
shooter
live.
action
Randomly
with
thought it would be a
fast,
cool idea.
seamless open world.
Incredibly nervous about this. But man, this is fun.
Freeze, ADF!
Thanks for stopping by.
Get on the ground now! Drop your weapon or we'll shoot!
Drop your weapon, last warning!
You've crossed the line. Are you trying to get us all killed here?
3 minutes to drop. Everyone stand by.
Is this another... That's kind of cool. There's a crazy spear. Okay, so there's like... It's like an open world? Co-op. Oh, there's vehicle. Okay, this could be fun. This could be cool. I feel like he needs to be way more dangerous if he's going to be that big with that many guns. Was it Cinder? Cinder City.
But that's not all. We've now got a second brand new game from NCSoft. Time Takers is a competitive team-based survival shooter where the ultimate prize isn't points, it's time itself. Here's your first ever look at the gameplay.
Time itself.
I floated in an ale-induced stupor. A
As you do.
ghost of my former glory. Until one day when I was stabbed.
And that's it.
Instead, I was given a second chance in a strange world, alongside rogues from across the timescape.
What is this? This took a completely different direction than I thought this was going to go.
And we were promised to fix our past. I guess that's what we're here to do.
So there, it literally is pulling people from across time and then putting them in an arena. It's an arena shooter. And an alien. And a woman. And this guy. These guys. Man, I would be real. I thought it was gonna be different. You bring him from the Middle Ages, and you give him a gun. Fascinating.
For decades, Silent Hill has defined psychological horror in games. And tonight, the fog rolls in once again. Here's a brand new look at Silent Hill F from Konami, including the reveal of the American voiceover actress Susie Young as Hinako.
Silent Hill F. I haven't seen anything for this one.
It's so good, but it's still the water. You better consider your hunt. Over. Last seen fleeing Tsuneyoshi Shrine. Exercise extreme caution.
You saved my life and laid claim to my soul. In turn, I shall save your souls by claiming the life of your old self.
What's that? What is this place?
This way.
Is that right?
I better get going.
Ooh. Ew. That's gross. Freaky.
A good day is always an extraordinary day. An extraordinary day isn't always good. With that in mind, today's a bit too extraordinary.
So this is where you are.
And this is Silent
I
Hill.
wondered where you had gone. You need to start getting ready. It's time to say your goodbyes. You're going to kill them with your own hands.
What?
What's going on?
Oh.
It's got my home too. The halls, the doors, everything's changed. Tell me, who are you? Please.
just die.
I don't even know what to expect for other than, yeah, super creepy, freaky. I hope it is.
It must be hard for you to bid farewell to childhood friends.
Yes.
Suspicious. September 25th. Ooh. Oh, Matt, yeah, I pass on horror games that give me bad dreams. I know what you mean. Completely. Totally. I get the same way. I don't know why I do it to myself. But I feel that. Oh, we got Bone Anubis? This is weird, but I'm intrigued. It kind of reminds me of Hellblade combat, actually. Senua's Saga. Just see what it is. Just a dude. Freaky. Well, this guy can't even talk. He doesn't have eyes. His mouth's closed. That's weird. What's that? La Divina Commedia? La Divina Commedia.
Traveler ND3500. Initiating the travel mode.
This
Chronos.
is the Traveler, an agent of a shadowy faction known only as the Collective. And in Chronos: The New Dawn, you'll step into their role.
Oh, he's real.
Polish
He's
horror
on the
powerhouse
stage.
Bloober Team, nominated last year at the Game Awards for their Silent Hill 2 remake, comes a bold new vision of survival horror. In this world, the dead don't stay dead. When they find each other, they merge into something far more terrifying. Launching September 5th, here's your brand new look at Chronos: The New Dawn.
I'm intrigued. Dead Space vibes. I'm really itching for the next big thing in gaming. What's the next Mass Effect, so to speak? I know exactly what you mean, and I agree. I'm in the same space, especially after finishing Mass Effect. It's like, oh, where is it? Freaky. Wait, was that him?
Are you glad to see me, friend?
Good cat. Okay, so Bloober Team is doing this. I mean, I heard that they did incredibly well in the Silent Hill remakes, though. Oh. Okay, kinda is Dead Spacey. That was very Isaac.
Stay calm.
Whoa. Is the cat normal? Standard edition deluxe. Interesting. A new breed of horror. Honestly, it looks really freaky and disgusting
All right, for
in the
our
best
next
way.
trailer, let's turn it over to the head of sequels,
I hope it's good.
at Obsidian Entertainment.
Guten Tag, Gamescom. Look at this.
Sonic.
Tens of thousands of Europeans packed into one building in the dead of summer with absolutely no air conditioning. This is the type of dystopia we here at Obsidian Entertainment absolutely respect. What is this? Am I experiencing Schadenfreude right now? I may have messed up the pronunciation, but you knew the idea. How are you? My name is Mark. I am the head of sequels here at Obsidian Entertainment, and I've got big news. I am going to drop a brand new trailer for The Outer Worlds 2. What are you gonna get? More planets, more chaos, and an actual release date now that GTA 6 got pushed to the spring. So, strap on in. Stock up on some gummy bears, stock up on your favorite pretzels, get ready. Here comes The Outer Worlds 2 trailer. Roll it, Jeff. It's gotta be Jeff that's rolling it, right?
I heard the first one was pretty cool, so.
A trailer for the part of the game you'll remember more than the ending. The Companions.
It's like a team.
Let's skip the diplomacy.
Valerie.
Chemically enhancing your statistically unsafe lifestyle.
Asa? Asa?
Might sting a lot.
Who's an enemy?
Inez.
Son of a spread.
Ooh. She's got a chitin arm.
Be grateful you're not on fire.
I have no idea what this is about.
And no, you can't sleep with them.
I got it. Outer Worlds 2. I don't know. I mean, it seems like they're doing good.
More to come here at ONL,
It doesn't grab
but
me.
Now a first look at Inzoi Island Getaway with Inzoi's first and free DLC, which is coming tomorrow.
Oh my god. Tomorrow. Oh yeah, this was like the new. It's like cliche, I guess, but it's like the new Sims or the Sims competitor. I started the first one whenever I got it. I could understand. Then we finished the Outer Worlds. It was nice, but nothing amazing. This one seems less serious than the first. It definitely feels like it goes a little bit more the sillier route, more satirical, self-aware, lighthearted. That's tomorrow.
Where calamity began, this trial shall end. Awakeners, prepare for the final confrontation.
A lot of anime games, dude. My god, like, Shameless. This is a gacha game too. That's different. Oh, he's still just a dude with a wolf head. Fate Trigger. I thought he turned into a full werewolf. Ah. I never got into Seven Deadly Sins. But yeah, I remember trying like way back when it first came out on Netflix. Might be good.
一つ面白い運命が待ち受けてる気がするんだ。
Big open world. Or turn-based? I feel like if I was really into it, this would be really cool. But I don't know much about Seven Deadly Sins, unfortunately. Closed beta test. Oh, this is the... Oh my god, I know what it... I don't remember the name of it. He like runs a shop during the day and then goes out at night and does... Yeah, does the adventure. It looked very, like, Zelda-esque. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember what it was called. Night? No? Night something? Moonlighter! Damn it, because he's moonlighting. Got it.
Brought you here, my fire. My fire.
Did this come out already? I feel like we heard about this a while ago.
Your reputation is legend.
Oh my, you... I think I know what you are.
See, the world of Vampire the Masquerade seems so interesting. I don't know how the games are.
So weary is the wanderer that treads on the fertile soil.
October 21st. So are you vampire or are you not vampire? Do you choose? Is it like an RPG?
We finally have a firm release date for Vampire Bloodlines 2, October 21st of this year. And next, since we're here in Germany, it is only fitting to spotlight a homegrown success story. The deep survival crafting of Enshrouded from Keen Games in Frankfurt. Still in early access, Enshrouded has already let friends adventure, fight, and build together in endless ways. But tonight, the world is about to change forever. A new force is coming, one that will redefine how you explore, how you build, and how you survive. It's a monumental edition, and you're hearing about it first, right here at Opening Night Live.
Right now.
Listen. I dreamt of a time.
I never gave it a shot. It looked cool.
And the fight.
But the
survival.
What is that? I think all the time I put into like Valheim like tapped me out for like the survival crafting.
Peace. We must brave the deep. Here,
underwater.
The old gods whisper, and an ancient fury awakens. We shall purge the profane and command the water to yield to our will, for there is no greater power than the flame of the faithful.
This reminds me of Forbidden West. Honestly, seeing all the ruins in the water. I mean, it looks cool.
Awesome. And tonight
if you're a
at
fan,
ONL, we have news of
you're
the
in it.
latest Xbox franchise that is coming to PlayStation for the first time, and the reveal of brand new expansion as well.
To console, that's actually pretty cool. These more people get to play it. More people get to play RTS games. God damn, that was the whole I loved Age of Empires 2 so much. I was so hard into that game. Is this just as fun? Is Age of Empires 4 pretty good? Have any of you guys played it? Because I would play Age of Empires 2 for like 13 hours a day, way back when. Oh, this is
Honored friends, masters
Kingdom
of the
Come.
Blacksmith's Guild, let me introduce a young master of our craft and new owner of Kutenberg's old forge, Henry of Skalitz.
Was it like a housing update?
Ready? We can begin.
Legacy of the Forge. That's cool. I still gotta play that game.
Legacy of the Forge, the second story expansion for Kingdom Come Delivered.
I think there's a
2.
demo
You'll
for the
put your
second one.
blacksmithing skills to the test to acquire and repair a legendary burnt-down forge with brand new design features. All right. Do we have any Cult of the Lamb fans in here?
Cult of the Lamb? Phenomenal.
All right.
Very fun. Super
It's
cool.
time for some big news for the darkly comedic action adventure management hybrid game. Here's the announcement of a major expansion to the game coming soon.
Huge. Played AoE 4, single player only, or multiplayer up to... Ah, I see. Yeah, that's how I played it too. I always played like single player against like the computer and everything. I guess if it's more tailored towards like, PvP, I can understand. I'm glad they're still doing stuff for this. This was a cool game. They added co-op way back when. It's like a whole other area? Here we go. Woolhaven. Massive paid expansion.
Now, last year, World of Warcraft celebrated its 20th anniversary and kicked off its 3 expansion story arc, the World Soul Saga. Here to tell us more about what's to come is executive producer Holly Longdale.
I brought Holly. Oh shit. Maybe I'll tell the story. I got such a weird history with World of Warcraft. I went so hard into it for so long, and then I fell out of it just before Shadowlands, when I was in the alpha.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here to reveal our next adventure, World of Warcraft Midnight.
I love her Frostmourne zipper.
I'm
That's
excited
so
to welcome you all home with our new housing feature. And if you're here at Gamescom, please come by and check it out on the show floor. We have a lot coming in this next expansion, our 11th expansion. To start with, on the horizon, there's a looming darkness, and it's threatening the ancestral home of our blood elves. But Midnight is also about light, and about hope, and about heroes who rise when the world needs them most. And it's about the bonds that tie us together.
Mm-hmm.
And it all starts at the Sunwell. And if any of you have ever played WoW, do you remember the Sunwell?
Huh.
With that in mind,
Going all
please
the way there?
enjoy the premiere of our cinematic introduction to Midnight.
Okay. All right. WoW cinematic.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path.
The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light...
Leandrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
I was gonna say that. I would have never expected to see her in a cinematic.
Soon. Only the light can save us now.
Her and Lorthramar?
The time for prayer has passed.
They look amazing. This looks amazing. Like,
The Sunwell will not fall.
aesthetically.
Not while I draw breath. Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Leandrin, don't.
Light be with you.
Oh god.
You see? She understands it's hopeless.
They look so cool.
Soon, you all will. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength. I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
Always cool.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us.
Oh shit.
The Sunwell will not fall.
Not while we draw breath.
Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. The void looked really cool. Part 2. Now, so is that if you don't know the lore, it's okay. I understand. But if you do, the fact that she's going for the Sunwell thing is
great cinematic.
interesting direction.
Nobody does those better than Blizzard.
Makes
and,
sense.
Hope you guys enjoyed that. All right. Next
Oh,
is the global
like,
announcement of a new
fidelity-wise, it was
Team
really
J,
good.
the dev team behind Delta Force. Project Spectrum is a tactical shooter for the fearless. It is a physiological horror PvEVP game. That's right, where you battle against monsters, other players, and your own sanity as widespread anomalies twist around the world. Face the horror or become the horror itself.
I don't know. I'm not a
Can you
fan of
describe
like
the sound in the recording?
purely PvP games.
go back to the start.
I remember the wind, strong wind.
Okay, it's first person.
We got company!
This is like an extraction shooter. Or extraction. I mean, it does have guns. You know what I mean. Okay. Alright, that's kind of cool. Oh. Freaky. So you can become that? Like if you die, then you become the enemy?
The loss is too heavy for you. But sometimes, loss can birth beasts and bury truths. What do you think? What if you are the beast?
The beast?
Oh, it's like a loop situation. That's crazy. Kill one of our own people. Ooh. Like, conceptually, it seems really neat. I'm just not sure what you're... Just investigate, or... Project Spectrum.
Let's go back to the start.
I mean, I like the idea that you have like a group, right? And then some of you see stuff the others don't see, and it messes with everything.
Feels familiar, yet it is something brand new from Wargaming. And trust me, you've seen them with tanks, but you haven't seen them do anything like this before. And it's coming to PC, consoles, and Steam Deck.
All right. Not actual gameplay. Captured in engine. So we know for sure this is not World of Tanks. You drifting? Sure. I guess like what, tank PvP? Kinda. Oh, some jets. There's some jets though, that's different. Ridiculous. Project Agent of Battle Pass. Oh my god, it actually... It is... That's hilarious. It is World of Tanks. God damn it.
This October, Sucker Punch and PlayStation take us back to the year 1603 into the sandals of Atsu, a lone ronin driven by a single purpose: to avenge the brutal slaughter of her family at the hands of the ruthless Yotei 6. Tonight, we have a new look at the deadly, beautiful world of Ghost of Yotei.
Great. I still gotta finish the first one, but I'm excited for this one too. Beautiful.
Swordsmith's daughter. I watched that tree burn. How did you escape?
Same way. I survived every battle.
Oh, so he's
Thought of killing you.
He's one of the Yotei.
Ruthless spirits, wandering the land, driven by vengeance. Sometimes I feel like that is what I am.
Looks beautiful. God damn. Those vistas. The world. Ooh, they're bringing legends back? Cool. Hell yeah. Nice. Excited. If the combat's even the same,
look at Ghost of Yotei
but
out
more,
October
great.
2nd for PS5 and confirmed today on ONL. It's also getting a Legends co-op multiplayer DLC in 2026 with fantastical supernatural story and survival missions, all free if you own the base game. For nearly 3 decades, Resident Evil has terrified, thrilled, and defined the survival horror genre. Now, a new chapter rises from the shadows.
I'm
Back
so
in
excited.
June at Summer Game Fest,
God damn
we
it.
gave you the first glimpse at Resident Evil Requiem, and tonight, we are diving deeper with a brand new look that explores the haunting backstory of the game's protagonist, Grace Ashcroft, and why she may be the key to surviving what's coming.
I know a lot of you guys on the channel aren't a big fan of Resident Evil, but man, it's funny how it's like Resident Evil and then like Witcher, Mass Effect, all kind of on the same level.
all day. Well, if you're gonna work so late.
It's a bit-
Get some sleep, eh? I'm almost done, just a sec.
It's really coming down hard.
Mom, phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
Suspicious.
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the?
They're coming.
Oh shit.
Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
Communication.
What's going on?
Now is not the time.
Oh. Followed. Wait, is this actually gameplay?
Mom, wait.
Grace.
Okay,
Keep
hold.
moving.
That was seamless.
Oh, who's that? Oh, I'm so sorry about the power outage.
What happened?
It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Don't worry.
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
Oh my god.
Come on in,
What the
Grace. Grace, look at me. Grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In. and out. Breathe in.
What is she involved in?
Oh, Grace.
It's her
I
fault.
promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days.
Uh-huh. That's what they all say.
Grace. Please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
What are you talking about?
Just... I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
Mom, I'm scared.
No. We need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff.
We can come back for it later, Grace.
Oh, god damn it. Son of a bitch. At Summer Games Fest, they did say like her mother was
That game
dead.
is insane. I got to see that sequence in Osaka about a month ago. There's a lot more to share, and there is a reason it was the most wishlisted title coming out of Summer Game Fest this June. Now, for those of you here in the arena tonight at Gamescom, there's some good news, because you'll be over on the show floor, be the first players in the world to get hands-on with a playable demo of Resident Evil Requiem at the Capcom booth as we count down to the launch this February. A huge thank you to Capcom and Takeuchi-san for that.
Oh my god, you guys need to play it in
And with
person.
that, Gamescom Opening Night Live comes to a close. But the celebration of gaming doesn't stop here. We'll be back on Thursday, December 11th for the Game Awards, streaming live around the world as we honor the best games of the year.
We'll be there.
And give you a glimpse of what's coming in 2026 and beyond with tons of brand new game announcements. You're leaving, but before we say goodnight, we do have one last surprise.
Uh-huh.
A global announcement from a studio that walked away with multiple Game Awards wins for its last project. Please take a look.
Game science.
Brother, help me here. You ain't even trying. It's all me. Look at that belly of yours. Where's the mountain? Hey, you're falling flat, losing again. Drop that coswallop. Master will take us back. As long as we keep that mountain in our heart.
That's right.
Hey. Not scolding, not flogging, life spared. What risk going back? This place, we've got food on our table and... They're coming for us.
What the hell is this? Oh, okay. A giant. Okay, this is. I'm interested. You have my attention. I don't know if I should know what that is. Zhong, Black Myth. Black Myth. Wait. So, whoa. Wait. So it's like there's Black Myth Wukong. So this is Black Myth, but just another.
There's a special announcement. Game Science has announced
That's
and kicked
cool.
off development of the second
Still gotta
title
play
in the
Wukong.
Black Myth series. This time starring Zhong, the ghost-catching god who wanders between hell and earth. This will once again be a single-player ARPG rooted in ancient Chinese myth and folklore. And don't worry, to those who love the Black Myth series, the westward journey won't end here either. It's been amazing opening night live tonight. Thank you so much to Shox for joining me.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I had so much fun. Also, a huge announcement at the end of that to close out Opening Night Live this year and kick off Gamescom 2025. It's been so much fun to host this thing again with you, Jeff.
What a show.
Oh, it was such an amazing show. Great job to you. Thanks for coming back again, Shox. And thank you to everyone for watching online and here, the audience in Cologne. What a great night. Have a great Gamescom 2025. And we'll see you on December 11th for the Game Awards in LA. Good night, everybody.
God damn, what a run. Man, that was a lot of games. That was a lot of ones they showed on. Not a handful of big ones. Right, but a lot of indies, a lot of beat 'em ups. A lot of anime games. Man. Oh yeah, I guess that's it, huh? All right. Well, damn. Okay. So what is it? So you're not a RE fan, but I'm happy to see you play it. Can't wait for you to play RE Dead. I can't wait either. I'm so excited. And Jambo, I understand you're not a fan. That's okay. The support is appreciated. But man, this was Ghost of Yotei looks cool. It looks cool. I haven't finished Ghost of Tsushima, but it looks neat. And RE9 looks incredible. And the fact that they actually showed some of the gameplay, and we have an idea that it's going to be first person again. I do wonder if they're going to do, first and third, like they eventually added with Village, or that either way. She's like, how can I need to get school tomorrow for the Donner? No worries, Matt. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. This is fun. This was cool. Yeah, man. Have a good day, or have a good night. Day. Have a good night, and you guys have a good day tomorrow. Yeah. Let's see. Just so there's a little bit of ambiance, right? But no, Ari died looks wild, and I'm very curious who the Ashcroft, right? I don't know. I know the Ashford family, right? We know them. Ashcroft, not maybe it's from one of the games we haven't played yet. But we played Resident Evil 1, the 1 remake, we did the 2 remake, we did the 3 remake. We need to play the original 3 and 2 as well at some point. But we did the 4 remake, we did Code Veronica, and I have Umbrella Chronicles on the sidelines, ready to go at some point. And I also bought, it's been a while, it was a while back, but I bought Resident Evil 0. We gotta do that one. And Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6. We have all of those. So I think the only one I'm missing is Darkside Chronicles. And then there's like the what was the Operation Raccoon City, which I remember wasn't a super big hit, I think. But RE9. So this is a young her prior to what we heard in the reveal trailer at Summer Games Fest, where she started working for the FBI. Right, and then he sends her back to this place where her mom allegedly gets murdered by whatever's going on. She knows what's going on, so I don't know if she's been involved in a previous Resident Evil game or not. I don't know. But the fact that things happened in the house, the phone call happened, and she immediately knew something's up. And she knew something. The one guy, I don't know if he's the landlord, right? But he dead. He died. That was it. Really weird not to announce his entrance. He just got strangled and killed. Temple, yo, what's up, man? Welcome in. Maybe give him the old college try at streaming. We were gonna do it with Summer Games Fest, but then things just didn't line up, unfortunately. But we're here now, so that's cool, right? And I would want to try this. I like the more, like we have back and forth. Like a live interaction, conversations about these things instead of just the comments. And I love the comments. I also love that, but this is special. Yeah. Can we give a streams like they did? Kind of late though. I know. I would hope to do more like these, right? I think they'd be great. I know. What is it? I came home from work today. I got ready, and I was like, you know what? We're just gonna do it. I spent some time trying to figure out how to route all the audio properly without it blowing up. But yeah. So hopefully, I think we're prepared for the future. And maybe not so late at night. Right? Unless this works, but I feel like I don't know. You guys gotta let me know what time frames usually work out for you guys. And then I'll try to work something out there. Oh. This guy. We don't know who he might be somebody important. He might just be a guy, right? But at the same time, it does seem... Well, if we're going back to Raccoon City, would it be safe to assume that this location is in Raccoon City? And this is prior to the nuke, right? Which would be that he could possibly be infected. I mean, he doesn't look great. He looks definitely infected, but talking like T-virus infected, right? Definitely doesn't look... Definitely not G. Right? Could be something completely new. Right? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know. But at the same time, the mystery, the less we know, I think, is gonna make it way more exciting when we actually do play it. I think so. Because I have no idea about any of this, because we're getting a new protagonist. We revisit some old locations. Mystery between them. It clearly, I don't know, because I don't know if Wesker is involved. Right, because he was set up at... What is it? He was set up at the end of Resident Evil 4. Even in the remake, he was set up in Resident Evil 4. Especially at the end of Separate Ways. Where he had his boat, and he was vague, but he was on a mission. He was on a mission, right? And however that evolves, I imagine it goes into 5. I don't know if it carries over to 6. He's been in a number of the games already, so I don't know if his influence will be felt in Requiem, or if this is going to be a completely adjacent story. But the fact that they're doing first person again, I don't think it's a... I mean, I thought it worked for Village, and it worked for 7. But I'm curious if they're going to do like the option to switch between, like building it from the ground up instead of adding it retroactively. Maybe that'll make it a little bit smoother, but 7 a.m. right now? It's 7 a.m. I don't know what time zone are you in? Because I don't know time zones. It is 10:30 p.m. for me at the moment. Here in wonderful San Diego, California. So yeah, new Resident Evil looks cool though. Personally hyped for Lego Batman most. We have got one of these while. I agree. Lego Batman was a surprise. Very cool. Very cool. The Lego games, and it's made by the actual Lego team. Right? The ones that made all the other good Lego games. Because I know Lego Horizon was made by the team that made Horizon. And so the Lego specific games have such a... I mean, they have like their style to it, right? And the Horizon one I thought was cool. It was cool, it was charming. But I've always been a huge fan of the Star Wars Lego games. And so when they did I think it was the Skywalker saga, like not a remake, but like the retelling of the entire series in Lego. That was fun. That was really cool. And it was really polished. And so they're showing off Batman. And the fact that we're going to get Batman from, I mean, I guess you could say like the Christian Bale Batman, right? Like him pre-Batman to all the way fighting Bane and more, allegedly. And then the multiple Batmobiles. The fact that I don't know if it's going to be like I don't imagine it's going to be like a multiverse kind of concept, but it does seem to be you getting to experience the entire development of Batman from Orphan to Cape Crusader. It's going to be super cool. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. So curious also what all the gadgets, the entire city, right? The fact that you're going to be able to just drive around. It's got that signature Lego humor, that Lego wit. As far as when Lego Horizon happened, agreed. It was definitely didn't see that coming. Like it take a long time to make. Now they do. They do, and I don't know if it's because they're trying to be very realistic. I imagine, right? I mean, you have the entire inventory of all Lego pieces, right? I don't know if they have to go through the process of 3D scanning them, or if Lego already has those, and you just license them or buy them or whatever, but then you have to like build the in-game environments realistically with those Legos so it looks natural and not just like polygonal, and passing it off as kind of Lego. It's gonna be like the Skywalker saga where you pick a different movie and maybe different versions of Gotham City are gonna be there. I don't know. That could be interesting. And if they did that, they went like the Christian Bale, trilogy. Like you go into there, or you go into the Robert Pattinson Batman, right? Which includes the Penguin. And I don't know if the events of the Penguin show. I didn't watch the Penguin show, but I don't know if the events of that would come into play. But either way, that would be 2 Batmans. And then plus you could do the other Batmans too. I don't know if it'd be pretty cool. I think it'd be a lot of fun. So that's definitely that. Agreed. That is definitely a huge one. So we got like Resident Evil, Batman, Lego Batman, World of Warcraft. I could talk about for a long time, but it's such a I think, what is it? I was gonna say it's gonna sound like prison. I was gonna say I did my time. I put in my hours. I put in my time for WoW, and then it became a real bummer, right? And the game kind of stopped being a lot of fun, and then I left. I left the game. I came back because I got alpha access to Shadowlands. And then unfortunately, the alpha was actually kind of fun and interesting. But none of the feedback was taken, and there was a lot of direct conversational feedback that was given, and basically most of it was ignored. And then when the expansion officially came out, they made a lot of changes after that as well, which just made it feel worse. And so I had kind of been like, you know what, then I'm good. Play other games. And so the cinematic looks cool, right? The cinematic looks neat. But I don't know, we'll see. See how that goes. Or is it? Because it's so adult. Recommend the show. It's incredible. I gotta watch the show then. I definitely got to. Right? It definitely seems like the Robert Pattinson and like the way they did the Penguin and everything being so much more mature. I mean, like Bale's is mature, but that's like a lot darker, right? So I'd be curious if they do, how much of that they translate to the Lego game. Disappointed because this is another time we didn't get anything from Wolf Among Us 2, the sequel to that Telltale game. What is it? I don't have the Wolf Among Us, but I have heard from a number of people that the Wolf Among Us is basically one of their best, aside from The Walking Dead. Right? It's the Wolf Among Us, the Walking Dead, and then there was another one. I don't think it was the Borderlands one. The first Borderlands one that they did. But no, man, Telltale games, especially the old ones. And I know Telltale fell apart. Right when we were playing the last season on the channel, a lot of people had pointed out that Telltale, essentially the studio went bankrupt halfway through the season. So there's only, 2 episodes I think they put out? And then the studio just like shut down. It was it. So there's a chance that season wasn't even going to finish. The story of the Walking Dead game wasn't even going to conclude. And then they were able to make it work, but yeah, I'm curious if the Wolf Among Us 2. I mean, maybe, I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing that we're not hearing anything. Right? Because maybe it's better that they just... I mean, as long as we know that they are actually working on it and it's not going to be, like, quietly canceled. You know, because once... I feel like it's one of those games with the riskiness that was apparently the last season of The Walking Dead. Like, people want to have faith. Like, I want to have faith. And so maybe it's one of those situations where they're just waiting to, when they know that they have to show it off and it's got to like really hit. What was it? The only problem with this is when you finish, you realize there was only one sequel in the works in 2017. Oh man, that sucks. They canned it. For a while, you couldn't even buy the Telltale games anymore after they shut down. Well, like, they delisted them? Or because, like, they shut down, the licenses were pulled, so they literally couldn't be sold anywhere? I mean, either way, that's wild. So the only thing they recently said is that they are still working on it, so that's good. First Wolf Among Us came out 2013. More than a decade for a sequel. That is a long time. 2013? Wasn't 2013 when Mass Effect 3 came out? 'Cause I remember looking when we were looking up the alternate endings and stuff for that. I feel like I remember seeing that it came out in 2013. But it's been over 10 years and they've only just recently talked about working on the sequel. I mean, I guess if they recently talked about working on it, that's a good sign, because that does instill confidence. Oh, you can't buy Tales of the Borderlands or Game of Thrones anymore because of the license? That was the other one, the Game of Thrones one. That's oh no. You can't buy them anymore because of the license. So damn, it's the same as like a bunch of the EA titles like Battle for Middle Earth and Battle for Middle Earth 2. Right? And all the feel like PS2, GameCube, Lord of the Rings, movie-based games, right? Like all those are just impossible to get. Damn. I bet those were cool. Right? Was the Game of Thrones one? I don't know. It was, I mean, original story or not, irrelevant, right? I feel like that genre, that universe in a Telltale game, especially like Telltale of that time, is probably really good. Yeah, late 20. A lot of great games came out in 2013. Yeah, 2013 is where, what is it? 20. It's funny, 20. I think it was 2011 or 2012. It was like 2011, right? From 2011 to like 2015, 2016, I basically had no presence on the internet or anything. So was it like 2015, 2016? And still now is how I'm like rediscovering all these things that had come out in the past. And being able to actually play is like this weird like gap in time. The teaser came out in 2020. 2023, but for some reason got extended. Apparently they switched to Unreal 5. Okay. I mean if they pivoted to a better engine, I say better as in whatever they were trying to do, Unreal 5 could do a lot better. That's a good sign, right? Because it's easy to say like there's a lot of Unreal 5 games, and there's that like stigma, I guess, with Unreal 5, where they either all the games look the same, or they all have like that weird jank in some way for Unreal 5. But Expedition 33 and like Wukong, from what I've seen of Wukong, and all of playing as much as Expedition 33 as we have, Unreal 5 as an engine can do great things. It's about the designers behind them willing to actually put in the time to really utilize the engine and optimize the game. Because graphically, and like frame rate wise, I've had like zero janker issues with Expedition 33. Right? The other thing is I just can't run it at its maximum graphical potential at the moment. I do remember the Guardians of the Galaxy Telltale game. I do vaguely remember watching the trailer for that. It's been a while. Yeah, the Game of Thrones was like the plot that happened in the background of the show. Okay, that's cool. Right, other background plots, that's neat. Because it doesn't like mess with like the main story, and obviously like the show was really popping off. And if you weren't a fan of the show, you're a fan of the books. You know, it basically being a game where you could play out these side stories. I'd be super into it. It'll be Epic Games exclusive for some reason. I'm sure it'll be on Steam after a while though. Seems like a Alan Wake 2 situation. Yeah, I would probably I personally would probably be waiting for it to come on Steam. There's a very few games that I have on the Epic Game Store. Most of them were free. And then I ended up buying Borderlands 3 because I had two friends that were really into Borderlands. And 3 had announced, and there's the whole, like, it was still co-op like you could with Borderlands 2. So we got that. So that is the one game that one of two games that I've purchased money for on the Epic Game Store. Epic Games Launcher. The other one was the other, the game from the No Man's Sky developers. I am blanking on what it was called. It was Light No Fire. That's the new one. Whatever that one is, that I also got on there. But relevant, right? Yeah, when they switched to Unreal 5, just hope it won't take more than 3 years. Crazy. I hope so too, because I know you can't just port things over to a new engine. You can't just copy paste, unfortunately. But I do wonder if they made assets. If they made most of the assets, then I think it could be fine. If they didn't get super deep into, a lot of the programming and actually like integrating with the engine, I feel like transitioning early on is a smart idea. So hopefully, right? Because I mean, I still need to play the first, obviously the only Wolf Among Us. But just thinking about how good the Walking Dead was, and imagining sort of a, how do I use the term, like next gen, right? But sort of a much higher quality on Unreal 5 for that kind of a game. Probably be really, there's probably a lot of cool stuff they could do if they would really take advantage of it. The Batman Telltale. Oh, that's right, there is Batman too. They had a lot of franchises going. They licensed a lot of cool stuff for their games. Got Game of Thrones, Guardians of the Galaxy, Batman, The Walking Dead. Man. And then Borderlands. And then I know they did the other Borderlands one. But as for Deus Ex, hype for more episodes. Just for when you finish it, there's a sequel, Invisible War, that's very divisive among fans, and the prequels that many love. Replay as something definitely on course. Definitely on course. Definitely we're at a point in Deus Ex where things have popped off. Like, this is the big turning point where we've hit in the last episode. So it is such a twist. Man, it's so cool. It completely throws me off. And the fact that, yeah, I know there's like Mankind Divided, and there's the other one, but there's Invisible War, which I don't think I've heard of. Sequel Invisible, so it's like Deus Ex Invisible War. If it's divisive, all the more reason to try it out. So we really see, because honestly, Deus Ex is so good. Even today, like, you could say graphically, right? Graphically, it's dated, but realistically, like, mechanically, it works for what it tries to do, and it still plays really well. Right? They make you work for the non-violence route. They really set you into being very like, that's the harder route to go. It's easier to just, take out the guns and blast everybody. For the franchise is a shake because we got the Guardians of the Galaxy game, but the studios promised to make the last Deus Ex prequel by Square that they were making. I can't. Damn. Yeah, Telltale was big in the industry last decade. They were popping out like 1 or 2 a year. I remember all I heard was, I heard so many season passes were coming out for those like episode passes, like get the next episodes. Episodes were coming out weekly. Right? That I remember Square, that's where they came out with, what was it, Life is Strange? Right, which I don't know if you could consider like that their kind of attempt in the same direction, but there was their episodic release was, I think, around the same time as Guardians was, if I remember. If you really love the original Deus Ex, you're gonna love the prequels, because the prequels are just referencing so much from original shit, what led to it. Ooh, exciting. So OG Deus Ex is 2051, Invisible War is 2070. Okay, so that definitely... Wow, so for however we're gonna leave the state of the world in Deus Ex, Invisible War is 20 years later. As a human revolution, so I know there's those games, and I'm very curious, did those, because I don't know any, I remember, I know what the cases look like. I remember seeing, like, it's very like black and gold. I don't know if it's the same guy, same character, might be someone different, but it definitely looks a lot more advanced than the OG Deus Ex. So I guess Human Revolution came out 2011. Was the time frame of that game? It's funny how that works. That was the first Life is Strange. The rest of the game kind of fell off, in my opinion, but still first game's amazing. Honestly, I was pleasantly surprised with the first Life is Strange. I got it on a whim, right? Because it was Square. And the art style looked kind of neat, and the idea of like the time control and like decision making and undoing, and you see how like a result of something, and then you like turn back time, and then you can like do things differently knowing how the future decisions happened. And you could, it was like that like branching past it. It was such a cool concept, right? I don't know if the sequel, which I think came out recently, I don't know if that really hit the same way. And then I know they did the Before the Storm. I never did Before the Storm. And then there was that one, the Colors? There was another one they did. But the first Life is Strange was really good. It was really cool. Because I remember I actually played through it as the episodes were coming out. But same character, yeah, Adam Jensen. Adam Jensen. So he is different. So it's a different dude than the one that we're playing in Deus Ex. Right, because we're JC Denton. Also, you remember the end of Life is Strange? Do you see a similar with the end of Expedition 33? It's so funny you bring that up because it's so true. Not spoiling anything, I promise, but for those who don't know. Those who do know, and for those who don't, with the ones who come after, they'll know. But yeah, no. Jambler, that's a great comparison. Very puts you in that same exact mindset, actually. Wait, the new Life is Strange follow the main character of Life is Strange 1, barely referenced the first game though. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so it does actually, it takes place after the first game, and it actually follows Max. But it doesn't really rely on the first game. I love how For Those Who Come After guy was voiced by Charlie Cox, who does Daredevil. Charlie Cox absolutely nailed that role. And you, for a guy who did so part of the development that I had learned is that they had already done all the mocap for the models. They already did the mocap, so they brought Charlie Cox in to just do the voiceover. And I remember Andy Serkis talked about it, and he talked about it when he was in there, and they were just talking about how it was trickier to do the voices without needing to do any of the actual movement and like the physical acting. So it was just their voice, right? You're basically trying to, I guess you could consider it almost like, I guess in a way, like cartoon and anime voice acting, where you're not actually physically doing any of the capture, you're just trying to match it. But man, Charlie Cox did so good. He made Gustav so charming and fun. And I couldn't really tell that it was Charlie Cox, which is a testament, because he's just, for his first like voice acting role, he really good. Really good. Really good. And it was one of those that I think it's a great thing that you couldn't tell it was him. Because otherwise you would just hear, it's like you hear Daredevil so obviously, it like pulls you out of it. But he does, yeah. Bellchire proved itself worthy of voicing Daredevil in game whenever we get one after Expedition 33. Man, I feel like you need to have a great Daredevil game, right? Because I know what's something. So I think similar to like I remember seeing it in the trailer for the first Arkham. It might have been the first Arkham game, the Arkham Asylum, the Batman game, where you have like that sort of X-ray vision that Batman has, and I feel like you could do something kind of similar with Daredevil as a mechanic. I don't know how you would really do it to where it'd be like, because I mean, without sound, he is blind, so I don't know if like you have to keep. I don't know how it would really work. I'd have to really think about that, but if they ever did, he definitely deserves to be the voice of it because he's perfect. Absolutely. So good. Go with Max's double exposure, I think. Okay. Sequel to Life is Strange. The official sequel to the first Life is Strange is Double Exposure. You ever play Batman Arkham? It'd be a big series together too after Mass Effect. 4 games, it's crazy. Asylum City Origins and Night in Order. No, I have not played them. I remember there was a demo for Arkham Asylum that I had played. And I think it was on the PS3. There was a demo for that. And I'm trying to remember where that demo took place. I don't know if it was in the asylum or it was outside in like a courtyard. But I vaguely remember like rough details. I just remember they were wheeling Joker in on like a stand-up tie-down stretcher kind of thing. And yeah. And at the time I what was it? At that time, like I didn't have, that was like just before, I think like a year before I'd gotten my first job. And so, right, is that how that works? I think so. Now I'm going like back in time, trying to think. Because I didn't have any money. I didn't have any money because I didn't have a job, right? So I was a teenager, and my PS3 consisted of a few demos, mostly demos, Battlefield Bad Company 2, and a bunch of the PlayStation Eye games. So those were very fascinating at the time. But no, I think it would be cool one day to go through the, you know, the whole Arkham, I guess Arkham series? Is that what's considered? Right, Asylum City Origins and Night. Very cool. Demo was 2009. That's what a throwback. That's 26 years ago. It's crazy. Yeah, Arkham games are amazing indeed. And I'm not a big fan of Batman. That's got to be a testament to the gameplay then. Like, if you're not a big fan of Batman, the fact that it's fun to play. Basically, you beating up thugs in Asylum, though. That's what I see. I mean, are they really... Does it feel... Do you feel like Batman? Or do you feel like... Do you feel like a... I don't want to say violent. But definitely like a more physical beat-em-up version of Batman? Or do they really go into like a lot of his other skills with like detectiving? Jesus Christ. Detective work and, you know, clue finding and such, and then you crazy cat. That's why Batman Arkham it's better to play first before Telltale to know the world, because Telltale gives you a different take on Batman with different takes on characters. That's a good point. Right, because I have like a rough idea. Right, aside from the actual Batman movies that have come out. Was it back in, guys go ahead, a friend and his little brother was the, and I can't emphasize enough how he was probably he's the biggest Batman fan that I've ever known. He was like 9 or 10. He had comics going back to the what was it, the Detective Comics? And before, when Batman was just a detective, he was less, you know, Christian Bale Batman. And then he, like, all the action figures, he had tons of comics. It was insane. He taught me so much Batman lore. Right? And I still don't even like fully, like, really, I guess, grasp it outside of the main movies that have come out, but it's cool. Right? And like Arkham setting the stage for the world, for the state of Gotham City. And I guess like Commissioner Gordon, and just kind of like how the public perceives Batman, I guess, as well as the way they perceive the villains. That's why the whole marketing for all Batman games on IGN reviewing with these words. This game makes you feel like Batman. Became a meme for other games too. That's great. What a perfect tagline. How's the game? It makes you feel like Batman. Sold. That's it. It's also like the Insomniac Spider-Man games take a lot of inspo from Batman Arkham 2. Oh yeah? Like the, I guess like, obviously like mechanically, right? But like the physical combat, because there's a lot of group fights in Spider-Man, where you got like 5 or 6 people around you and you're kind of like bouncing around them and doing like the triangle dodges, Spidey sense and all that. And Insomniac was cool. We never played the second one yet, but I also don't own it. But also we have a stack of so many other things, so I don't know. We're not a super hurry to play the second one, but the fact that there's some inspiration taken from Arkham for Spider-Man. Pretty cool. A lot of lore is explained in the games. Learned a lot playing them. Sick. I feel like, if anything, that alone would be a cool reason to play him. Just... What? I was gonna say just to be Batman, but that's literally... That's the tagline now. Why should we play it? Because it makes you feel like Batman. I don't know how better you could sell a game about Batman than by it making you feel like Batman. Oh yeah, a lot of bounds go through all the games for the characters from Batman lore. That's cool. Hell yeah, so you get a lot of characters, but then also like you get like lore. Maybe not lore dumps, but like kind of like a codex. Mass Effect is great because it makes you feel like Garrus, the true main character. Garrett, man. What a... Absolutely beautiful. The true main character. Honestly, could Shepard have made it that far without Garrus? Could he truly have? Right? Fem Shepard, male Shepard, doesn't matter, regardless. Right? Garrus, the ride or die. The true main character. It takes me back. There's still a bunch of Mass Effect stuff we gotta look into, because I guess there was a teaser for the sequel. Or not the sequel, but like Mass Effect 4-ish. And then we still gotta do the other party. The more chill party. It's funny, you play the hardest mode for Mass Effect, you max Garrus up, basically become a side character in your own game, because Garrus is all the job. That's so funny. Because I thought about cranking it up to the hardest difficulty, but then it added like so many other mechanics, and I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. But being able to level him up, that's so funny. Garrus is the new main character. He's escorting Shepard through everything. Mass Effect Andromeda is like Deus Ex Invisible War, divisive sequel. I did get that vibe. I get that energy about Andromeda, that it was very partial, like kind of hit and miss with a lot of people. And the thing is, I remember as it was coming out, right? I was never into Mass Effect, right? Until we ended up playing it. And then that just sent me so deep into loving Mass Effect as a franchise, right? But before that, I didn't realize how big of a deal the concept, the idea of Andromeda coming out was, because of ending Mass Effect trilogy, right? That basically capping off that whole story and Shepard, and then Andromeda being announced. As far as like before anything was really known about it, the idea of it was huge. So in retrospect, I see that. And so with that also being, with it being disappointing for some people and divisive, great for others, not great for some. I feel like it hits harder. Right, both games also go to far future, skip over the first games, though Invisible War references the first game, where the Andromeda is the trilogy. It's gonna be Deus Ex 3. What is gonna go far into the future that they decided to do a prequel instead. Interesting. Both of these go to the far future to skip over the first games. So, okay, so Invisible War does make callbacks. It makes callbacks that they were going to do Deus Ex 3. But it was going to be such... It was going to be in such a way that they just decided, yo, we're just going to do a prequel, never mind. See, Andromeda? Yeah, not the best game, not awful. Go play it one day, see for yourself. Yeah, it is on for us. I have Andromeda. I do own it. I did end up getting it before we finished Mass Effect 3 because it was on a sale on the EA store. And I was like, I was probably gonna play it anyway, right? One day. So I got it. But yeah, I feel like even if it's hit and miss, I feel like that almost makes it more important that we check it out one day. Maybe because it's interesting with like I mean basically with everybody, right, who followed the series. I was like the new perspective. Like, it was like the fresh look into the Mass Effect world and the Mass Effect trilogy. And everybody else had, it's more like going through the trilogy again was like reliving it. And so I'm curious with Andromeda coming off of the trilogy, how I'm gonna think about it and how it's gonna feel. Right, because it is a truly next generation Mass Effect, I guess, in a way. But then that's not the one that people consider this Mass Effect 4. Right? Because it's different. But the new aspect takes place after Mass Effect 3 in the timeline. Some theorize Leviathan could be the next big enemy, but then again, might be too similar to Reapers. And see, that's the trick. And in a way, I'm fine if they don't ever talk about the Leviathan again. And the thing is, I think they're super cool. I think they're really cool. I do agree, yeah, they kind of would be similar to Reapers, right? Especially the way that they have their version of indoctrination, but it's not really indoctrination. You know? And I don't know, I kind of like the fact that they're just this incredible mystery. Right? They are old. They are old. They are powerful. But they have essentially run themselves into a hole to hide. And we did enough to convince them to help us fight back against their own, the thing that they created, right? And the fact that we don't see their entire physical form. We know that they're modeled. I mean, like, they made it in Harbinger, made in their image and all that. But the mystery of the Leviathan is cool. It is super. But I do know some people weren't a fan, I guess, of the Leviathan because it took a lot of the mystery away from the Reapers. Right? Because I ended up, after we had learned that, I did read that a number of people did bring up the fact that they felt that essentially confirming that they were just AI kind of took a lot of the teeth out of the Reapers. Which I could understand. I could see it both ways. Right? Because in one way it could make them more concerning because they're programmed and they can't be convinced or reasoned with. But then I also could see the other side being the fact that they're AI essentially means that they are programmed, which means they're not. They're a threat because they're made to be, not because they have a drive to be. But yeah, I hope the next one takes place after 3 as well, in some capacity. I don't know if it should be soon after or like a good chunk afterwards, but either way. Yeah, having content creators play divisive games is good because it brings more takes to the table than just the ones being repeated in the community. Like one guy I know liked Invisible War. Other one loved Andromeda too. So just personal preference. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah, I think because what is it? We even played, not that it was divisive, right? But we played the Saints Row remake, right? We dabbled into that, and like we do with everything, right? We gave it a fair shake, right? We gave it a fair shake. It didn't cost me. Luckily, it didn't cost me anything because at the time I had upgraded my graphics card so that we could play The Witcher 3 on a little bit higher fidelity, and it ended up coming with a copy of Doom Eternal and the season pass for that, Ghostwire Tokyo, and Saints Row. And Saints Row was not great. It wasn't great. I don't think it was I would say it was a tragedy, but it was just kind of bland and boring. So I don't know if that's like divisive, but I think that I do agree. Sometimes playing divisive games is good just because it can like check biases, or it can reform or reinforce the stance you already have. Right? Or you're like, oh, you know what? That's actually not as bad as I thought it was. Right? Like I would imagine that Andromeda is not going to live up to the trilogy. That's just a fact. Because it wouldn't matter if Andromeda was like incredible of a game. Like graphically superior, mechanically superior. The story was really cool, like new characters, new place. It's like the vibe and the feeling of the trilogy, you can't replicate that, even if the game was really good. Right? Like the emotional investment. The trilogy is very much in my mind, right? It's about the journey, not the destination. Right? It was never like defeating the Reapers, like saving everyone. It's great, right? Definitely, hell yeah. But it's everything along the way that actually makes Mass Effect what it is and what that trilogy really is. I think Mass Effect should be focused more on street stuff, Citadel with spy espionage rather than world-ending threat spreading through the galaxy, but we'll see. I could totally be on board with the same thing. Right? Sort of I guess like a comparison would be like a Rogue One, right? Rogue One for Mass Effect. Like it doesn't have to be, like aside from obviously like the Death Star, that all happening, right? But everything around Rogue One as a concept, right? Because you have this whole universe that exists, the galaxy, but then also there is the universe, right? But if we did just stick back into, as an example, like the Milky Way, that is insanely huge. That's massive. Like Ilium, we barely saw any of Ilium. Ilium, you could have so much actually go on just in that one place. Right? You have like the entirety of Earth as one planet in one solar system out of like over a dozen. You could do a lot of cool stuff that still feels important and impactful without it being, like, oh, if we don't stop this, it'll blow up the sun. around Earth. They're like, the galaxy is going to be swallowed. Huge, massive threat. Right, Javelin, I personally liked the Leviathan thing. It makes sense. You can't keep the mystery indefinitely. I agree. I feel like at some point we would have had to know something about the Reapers. And I did like the Leviathan thing too. I was super into it. When we started that entire chain, and then we dove into the water and started sinking, and that entire confrontation, it was badass. It was awesome. I still think about it all the time. Right? The fact that these incredibly ancient and powerful things, essentially are the reason. Right, what makes Reapers better as villains to me is that there's one planet called Linkori, where basically they reveal that the Reapers were created by a single species aeons ago. And the Klendagon also, when they had referenced basically a mass, did they say a mass accelerator cannon or a mass accelerator blast or Mass Effect? But basically, I think it was a mass accelerator something. Basically, this massive weapon blew this scar across this planet, and then that just sets this fascinating mystery. And then following that up with the derelict situation, and then that essentially connecting back to that, and then the fact that the fact that the Reapers were created by a single species aeons ago. It's like these little cool mysteries that they planted in game that you would learn and piece together. And even if you didn't piece it together because it didn't go with anything else, if it just existed, it fleshed out the universe, galaxy. I guess the galaxy, right? The galaxy. It fleshed out the galaxy a lot. And it just created these mysteries. Being like, as much as we do know and we do see, there's still a ton that we don't. Alright, worst thing about the Vice is when you get the comments hating on you for even giving it a try, which is annoying as hell to see. It's always just best to ignore those comments. I totally know what you mean. Yeah. But the thing is, those are, in a way, they could be annoying. Definitely. But, and part of it's like, we know what we're getting into when that happens. But at the same point, I think, because I mean, I've definitely gotten those. Oh my god, so many. There were people that hated the fact that I played Infiltrator in general, let alone through all 3 games. And then there were, what is it? The idea of playing Andromeda. We didn't even talk about it yet, but the idea that it was like, oh, we could play Andromeda next. The amount of infighting that came out of that, and the amount of times that people had told me, they're like, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's just better if you move on. Don't do it. And then there were people that wouldn't, what was it? Like, there were a number of people that there were some that commented, but then there were other people that told me that the Deus Ex that we're playing now, they were basically they were disappointed that this was the decision to play this specific Deus Ex instead of like Human Revolution or Mankind Divided. They were like, those would have been a lot better choices, you know, not the best call that you chose the original Deus Ex. And so when it comes to those, you just roll with it. right? If we were to play a game that's genuinely like, this is bad, like, we're probably just not gonna play it, right? Or we're gonna stop playing it. You know, nothing is forced. Right, what is it? I know a lot of the new Dragon Age Discord is just hating on it. Comments, even the streamer playing it enjoys it. The new Dragon Age thing is a whole subject. The hate comes a lot from the passion and broken hearts and hopes. You have people who are disappointed with the new Dragon Age, but like being annoyed by protesters or calling it woke or just reject it. Just full unnecessary hate. Being disappointed simply is understandable. Dragon Age is an interesting situation. I'm excited for us to dig into that at some point, whenever we do. Because they didn't make them as a trilogy. I guess not counting the recent one, right? My thinking on this is prior to that one being Veilguard being released and revealed. Is the fact that the original Dragon Age Origins to Inquisition, they weren't made as like it wasn't designed. Origins wasn't designed in mind to be a trilogy the way Mass Effect was. But yeah, I've heard there's a lot of tensions around the new one. And was it another channel that I watch, and some people also watch too, is her name's Itch Shenanigans, right? She had recently finished the Mass Effect trilogy as well, and it was great. It was great. She also has been played through the Dragon Age games, and yeah, there were a bunch of people giving her shit for playing Veilguard, for the idea of playing it, not even actually anything like happening. It was like a how dare you situation, right? But then a lot of people were also coming to me for the destruction ending of Mass Effect 3. A lot of people were upset about that. But I mean, I feel like that was going to happen no matter what ending you pick. But I feel like most of the love for the prequels is because of how well it ties to the original Deus Ex. Without connection, some of it falls apart, in my opinion. I could understand that. But Deus Ex, some people just don't like to see two old games. Mainly because of the graphics, I think. Yeah, right? I was one of those annoyed by older graphics. Almost never finished KOTOR because until I came back, selected the first planet, then the game truly began. It was peak. Second game too. I was surprised. Ever since then, I don't mind older games. I totally feel like the people don't like to see old games. Right. Especially games that are like super. I mean, it's pretty old. It is, like, it looks. It's very dated. It's very dated, and so if you're having to like watch it, it's definitely, I can understand it's different if you play it yourself, probably, but watching it, there's a lot of old games. Right? Like I try to think about, like, there's a lot of cool N64 games, right? But they're just like graphically dated. Like Jet Force Gemini. That game I remember barely. But I thought it was so cool as a kid, and I would have wanted to play through that again, but I don't even know if it's good. But that's more like a long-term idea. But yeah, older games, it's weird, but then there's also the ones that are just like so new, they're visually very pretty, they're not very deep. Right, the editing style is funny because most people I see online, especially streamers and content creators, pick destroy, not many pick synthesis or control, and when those get picked, they're even more controversial. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I feel like my reasoning was okay. It wasn't about like I sort of like, oh, my choice is better than your choice, you know? Because I think that the coolest thing about the Mass Effect trilogy is that it's your story, right? You're Shepard, but it's your Shepard. You make this Shepard. You make the choices. It's yours, right? So when everyone picks a different ending, it's not. I guess maybe it's just me. Maybe I just see it differently like that. You know, like you pick Synthesis. It's like, yeah, totally, I get it, right? I pick this one. You pick this one. It's different. It's like everyone's got their own different story and their own, you know, legend of Shepard, right? And a lot of my thinking was coming from just what Starchild told us. Because once you see the endings, I'm like, oh, okay. They're not super different. The OG endings, like that. I felt so bad for you guys when that first came out. Watching the original endings before they actually extended them. It was like, what a tragedy. That would have hurt so bad. So most of the response in general feels like they dislike endings. Mass Effect. Hence, anything you pick would be controversial. I don't get why, though. Each person has their own Shepard. Who cares? What ending? Okay, yeah, exactly. Who cares? Really? Right? But I get it, in a way. Nobody wanted the games to end. Like, realistically. And I don't know. I'm sure there's a handful of things like you guys and other people could come up with that would be like better endings. But I don't know how you end that entire thing and it just be perfect all across the board for everybody. And it feels super satisfying. Right? Because the fact that you build the game on choice and your own Shepard design and creation and the choices you make the whole way, and then the endings, you would then want them to be choices too, because otherwise it could feel like all the choices you made before were kind of irrelevant because you didn't really get to pick the ending, right? Because the ending all ends the same way. You know, the journey was unique, but the ending, everybody gets the same. But then if you make them all different, how do you make them different enough to where each one feels right? And by right, I mean, like, it feels correct for each mindset of the player that would be doing it. I don't know, I feel like that'd be so stressful to be. Right? It's the journey that matters, the friends we met along the way. That's right. That's exactly what it is. Mass Effect is the friends we made along the way. 100% what that game is. It just has some combat and a plot. But it's mostly dating and friendship and gambling. So the indoctrination theory is wholly the topic. Basically, the documentaries cover it more in depth. But it says the whole segment of Shepard talking to the child is him overcoming indoctrination. Apparently, says well, that activates the crucible. That's about it for the theory. That's kind of an interesting theory, actually. Right? The idea is that at some point, Shepard becomes indoctrinated. Right? However it ends up being, maybe it's because of the beacon, right? Or maybe because, well, no, the beacon's Prothean. But maybe some sort of interaction along the way, or maybe after the conversation with Sovereign. I don't know, some exposure, right? Shepard becomes indoctrinated, but you don't know. You as the player don't know, and you as Shepard don't know. And so you go through all of it, and then because of like talking to the Star Child and like you breaking out of indoctrination, I can see that could be a kind of that could be a cool ending. I had to think about it. Though. Right, definitely gotta look at these documentaries. Right, the Rise of Mass Effect on Comic-Con said that it was well thought out theory. They didn't plan for it. That makes sense. They're like, damn, that's a good theory. That is not. Oh, we didn't think about that. That's pretty good. So it's like Shepard interacts with so much Reaper tech in their husks, and it's possible Black Stuff Shepard's dreams, third game, to him becoming slowly indoctrinated. I could have believed that. I could totally believe that. Like if that's the direction that they were kind of leaning. Like if they originally did kind of try to go that route, I could totally see it. Yeah, because like the amount of Reaper tech that we're around in general, let alone the nightmares, could totally be that. And I know it's like it's trauma and regret and you know all those other feelings, but if it was sort of like the Reapers reaching into his mind, yeah, because that same black aura also appears when you see Elusive Man at the end of 3. Oh yeah. Man. Tim, how far he had fallen. Honestly, I kind of wish we had more of Tim. I wish we had more Tim in Mass Effect 3. I feel like he wasn't. It wasn't that he wasn't even the main enemy. In fact, really, Tim and Harbinger were basically very sparse. I don't think we saw Harbinger really the entire game until the end. The other thing I don't like for the end is the little second of Shepard breathing after the credits. Feels way too much absurd even. It feels very like movie as like cinematic in a way, right? I feel like everything's happened, everything's crashed, and then camera pans over to his body as just and then cuts to black. You know, it honestly I would have even been surprised if there was a line like Shepard will return. Something like that. But I think I could understand that they probably added it to kind of give this sort of hope. To be like, hey, there's a chance, right? Instead of leaving it completely, I guess, up to interpretation. Not even up to interpretation. Essentially, he gone. Like, that's it, right? And if he was to come back, right, then it would be more of a surprise that he's back. Like if the Mass Effect 4, right? If they were to reveal that Shepard has returned, or I don't know, like his old friends, they have an idea that he might be out there, or they want to go look for his remains or something, right? And then they go to the crash site and he's gone. And they're like, oh my god, he's alive. Right? Like the reveal of that kind of a concept would have been like, I could see it going both ways. Because you could definitely see it's like, they're bringing him back. They're resurrecting him. He was dead. But then I could also see it being like, oh, shit, he's alive. Hold on. Maybe. Right? Because the whole thing is really well explained. You see Ash and Vega dead. You look through the bodies, face model, how Anderson shows up out of nowhere suddenly. Seems like a dream. That, and I even talked about it when we went through that section. I thought Anderson was a fever dream. I thought we were actually being messed with. Because I did not know how he could have gotten up there. I was actually sitting there, and I'm like, he's talking to us. He's like, Shepard. And I'm like, are we dead? I'm genuinely thinking, is like, are we being... I thought, is this indoctrination? Are we being messed with by the Reapers? Like, what's going on? It was really... Get me. And then I was like, no, it's actually him. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh. I thought it would have... Honestly, I thought it would have been cool if we actually did hallucinate Anderson. But it is a cool moment at the end where he sits down next to you and it's like proud of us. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of fans like me who love the elusive man being gray in the second game, didn't like him becoming a one-dimensional G.I. Joe villain in 3. Also, the change totally crazy. First game is very space horror. Sometimes the base you visit rogue AI later, being Edie, feels so creepy, like someone's watching you the whole time. I agree that I also didn't like their direction change with Tim. Right? Him being gray, the fact that you didn't know what he could do, what he was gonna do, what he was capable of doing. You knew some things he did do in 2, and the way that he manipulated us consistently, even knowing that he was probably gonna manipulate us, and then he does, and it's still shady. And the way that he's got this whole plan, his whole thought process the whole time. Right? He just doesn't tell us anything. And then yeah, in 3 he basically is just like, yeah, we're just gonna go. What is he? He basically just decided, yeah, we're just gonna initiate our plan. Cerberus. Go. It breaks into Mars, stealing stuff, and then the idea was to, like, he was gonna take the weapon, but then eventually he's like, I'm gonna control the Reapers. And it's like, bro, you know more than anyone that's a foolish idea. And he's like, no. What are you doing? And then when we had gotten to the space just before his office, where we saw the security footage, and he... What is it? Where he ended up... where he ended up implanting himself. Right? He ended up implanting himself with Reaper tech, and that basically was a really weird point for me, because that felt very not like him. Even if... What is it? Even if he wasn't indoctrinated, the fact that he would put that in him and risk losing control is very not like Tim. Tim is the man who is in control. He's 4 or 5 steps ahead. He's constantly thinking. He's got plans for plans. And it just felt like a lot of choices that he made in 3 were very out of character. Right, he didn't feel like the same Tim that we worked with, against, both, into. Right, and yeah, the whole rogue AI, the whole rogue AI thing, like, crazy. What a cool callback. They didn't have to do that. They did, and they made it work. And it's like, man, that was the first game. That was like, it was like over 80 hours ago of game. That's like so many years of real time, like real world waiting between 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, super creepy. Man. Second game is very blockbuster, but also self-contained. Third game is full-on Hollywood blockbuster. Second game is like an action movie. It is an action... It is an action heist movie. And it's really good at it. It doesn't have the same sort of RPG space Star Trek-y-esque feeling of the first game. But what it does with the second game, it nails. Right? Sort of putting this team together to basically break into this base. Right? You got to get this group of people that's got specialized skills in different areas, and they're from different places and different walks of life, and they've been through different shit. And you connect with them on a personal level. And then when you get to the base, and you got to come up with a plan, and you got to pick your team, right? It's super cool, especially because if you know your team and you've paid attention to what they do and what they're capable of doing and how they are, you can totally pick them for the roles in the final push into the base, in the plan. You even have these moments where by choosing them, because I imagine there are different... There's not just one way to succeed at the finale. Right? As an example, like we have... Not to go with it for too long. We could be here all day. But for like Samara, picking between Samara and Jack, right? If their choice, because you have to pick a biotic, they can hold up a barrier. They are both perfect choices. Perfect choices. They are both incredibly powerful. And Samara could totally do it. Right? But I picked Jack because I like the idea for her own personal character development. Even though it doesn't really... It doesn't really have like a big impact. But in my mind it did. By kind of giving her this opportunity. Us asking her for help. For something. Instead of her being forced into it. Or pushed or demanded. Right? Kind of her having the autonomy, but then us needing her. Right? I thought it was cool. Oh, it was cool. Right, Sheriff's alive in the Mass Effect. I hope it's the same old vet sitting in the bar he talked to as a callback, but isn't necessary for new players. That would be... I feel like that could be kind of cool, right? Like he just exists, and now whether that's really on the nose or not, right? Because I imagine if you were to bring back Shepard and he were to just be kind of like this like subtle cameo or like a background cameo, I think it would be cool, but I also could see it kind of backfiring in a way. And you see it in some people would see it in the perspective of, you know, you brought back the hero Shepard and he's just some guy we talked to for 4 dialogue lines. But that's it. We never see him again. As much as he deserves to retire. Legitimately. Right? But it would be cool if they did bring him back, right? And the idea of playing as him, I think, right? Like, yeah, I say him, but yeah, it could be like him or her, right? But the idea of playing, I think we're good, right? And maybe that's just me. I like the idea that you could, I don't know, maybe there's a couple missions you bring Shepard along, right? Like he helps you out. You know, sort of like a guest party member for a couple missions or something. Right? Kind of like how well, like on Shore Leave, right? We finally got Rex back. You know, and he got to join the team. Like that kind of a concept. This way too felt like an anti-villain. He worked with you for the greater good. We need to end to an end type of thing. 23 is full out of racist white supremacists going on a rampage. Reaper's name. Yeah, kinda. Pretty much. Right? Because he was in 2, he was all pro-humanity. He was not just pro-humanity, he was all about human almost superiority in a way. And not sort of to extinct other races, but to kind of keep and elevate humanity so that they don't get left behind or squashed or pushed around by the other races, right? Like humanity can not only just stand up on its own against them, but you know, if push comes to shove, they're not going to be, you know, not going to be stomped out. And then in 3, the fact that he was indoctrinated was, I was like, okay, at least that kind of, it kind of makes sense with his choices. But it was also, I was also just like, why'd you get indoctrinated? I gotta think, like, was he indoctrinated before he did the implant, or was the implant what indoctrinated him? And if it was, then I feel kind of even worse, because it's like, bro, you know how this Reaper tech works, you know how indoctrination works, and to willingly put it in you and be like, but I can handle it, and that just goes off on his Revenge in the Name of the Reapers. I don't like how the comic changes so the Deus man was indoctrinated even before Mass Effect 1. Just makes the story worse in 2, because it was going to be Tim being an anti-villain. No consider Cat at all. So unfortunately gets indoctrinated just before 3, yeah. It's also weird that you don't play her mission for the first time. The rescue one, she gets turned into a random assassin. You kill in Tim's station. Literally so wait, they had a comic that took place before Mass Effect 1? Because obviously Tim existed in Mass Effect 1. He just didn't have anything to do with us. Except for the few times we interacted with Cerberus. Right, which I had no idea at the time that we were actually going to see more of Cerberus. Because I love the concept of them being this dark, fucked up organization, right? And I even remember saying it in Mass Effect 1. I was like, oh man, there's only like 2 or 3 missions with Cerberus. I'm like, well, I hope we get to see more of them in Mass Effect 2. And the entirety of Mass Effect 2 is all Cerberus. It was funny, but that's crazy. So they made him indoctrinated before 1? That's weird. That's bizarre. Why would they do that? Because, yeah, that completely makes it weird in Mass Effect 2. Because why would he care about stopping the Collectors if he was indoctrinated? Like, the Reapers wouldn't have him doing this. They wouldn't have him helping us stop the Collectors. That doesn't make any sense. And knowing that they're building a human Reaper in the Collector base, the Reapers want that built. Why would the Reapers indoctrinate him to then sabotage it? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. And even if they did want that up to that point, Tim wants the base. He's like, I want that base. So he'd be taking it away from the Collectors that are being controlled by the Reapers that are also controlling him. Or influencing him. That makes it weird. That makes it so weird. I don't know about that. Right? I found his eyes weird. I was like, that seems suspicious. Right? If one of my theories for Mass Effect 2 was, is Tim a Reaper? Or Tim's like being puppeted by a Reaper? Right, initially. Because I was like, what's his jam? Because he seems to be manipulating us. I was waiting for like the bait and switch. But then when it turned out he was just who he was, I was like, that's way better. Way happier with this than being indoctrinated. Man. This would be good too. We definitely will play as this. Is the trailer show a totally new character? Oh yeah. I gotta go look at that teaser at some point soon. Be like, oh, they looks like it's indoctrinated or non-3 is either gonna help you or be a bad guy, depending on you giving him collector base or not. Mass Effect 1 servers is weird in general. Some random terrorist group, and 2, they're like a whole ass space corpo that existed for 2 decades. Yeah, it was kind of funny because it was like nobody really talks about Cerberus at all, and I can understand like from a real world perspective, right? The developers probably didn't think too deeply about Cerberus being such a main thing. Probably, maybe, I don't know, right? But yeah, the fact that there's just like this random black network of shady, you know, dark web, evil people. They killed an admiral. Got away with it. That seemed crazy to me. When they took out Kahoku, and there was like almost no repercussion. I was like, these guys are in some shit. And then we just never talked about it again for the rest of Mass Effect 1. And then yeah, Mass Effect 2, it's like, by the way, Cerberus is here. And not only are they here, but they are a massive network. We are then working for the guy who owns it. He that had enough money, the sheer, virtually bottomless pit of money that he had, that he could throw at bringing us back. And the Alliance is like, yeah, we don't like Cerberus, but we can't stand up against them. If they really tried. Or the Alliance just didn't really care. The Council didn't seem to really care either. They care when they get involved. You know, like when Cerberus got to the Citadel in 3. Then they're like, that's bad. But outside of that, they were the council was never like, we gotta do something about this Cerberus group. It's bad. It wasn't really on their priority list. But especially with how much money, how much influence, how long they've been around. Right, not sure they even played Mass Effect as a trilogy. So they probably didn't even think of Cerberus. I was under the impression that they did get a rough idea of making it a trilogy. I don't know if they wrote like I wouldn't believe that they wrote the whole story for 3 games. But I could believe like when they were developing 1, they were probably under the impression of like, okay, let's make this 3 games. Right? We're gonna make it a trilogy. You know, so we're gonna make these choices that can carry over. But they're each gonna tell like their own story. Because in a way they are independent stories. Because the endings don't truly impact each other. Not really. That's why it's like mostly the adventure you go on and the choices you make in between the start and the end is what actually matters. Because the big choice at the end of 1 is to kill the Counselor. Not kill, but don't save them. Save the Council, don't save the Council. And it really didn't have a huge effect on the galaxy by doing that. Right? They were mad at us. They didn't like us. They definitely thought like humans were trying to take over the Council, but outside of like the small RP stuff, that's really the ending effect of 1. And then 2, whether we give Tim the base or not, it was also kind of redundant because he got the Reaper body anyway. He got the human Reaper anyway at the end. And it was like, okay. So we blew up the base, but he was able to retrieve this anyway. So really all we did was delay him. Right? So that it felt like the ending of 2 didn't super really have a big impact, but everything we did before the ending did have a lasting effect. Like the crew members we get, the ones that live, and the bond that we have with them. But let's say, sir, if you go Renegade 1 and you have 4 human counselors and 2, then they die. You get aliens again at 3. Yeah, the way EA bought BioWare, a lot of things have been changed to satisfy EA demands. I think this is the main reason. The inconsistencies and incoherence. Oh, so they weren't always owned by EA. So BioWare was like their own thing, and then EA snatched them up. Interesting. The best effect creator was going to end with some Reaper Queen, apparently, but short dev time. I don't know how I feel about a Reaper Queen. So I guess it depends on the context, but yeah, like I guess like a queen bee, like the hive, like they're all doing the work, but the queen's really running the show. I could see it. Like if they were to go that route, I could be like, that makes sense. Also, this turned into discussing the Mass Effect series though. Yeah, that's funny how this took a turn. This took a turn out of nowhere. But the ending of 2 is so weird. You can collect your base or not. Like, it's an important choice, and yet in 3, all it does is see the human Reaper have a heart or a mind in 3. Like, huh? It's like, right? Like, it feels. They do make it feel like such a choice, and it does feel like a choice. But he's like, don't you do it. And we're like, we're gonna blow it up. He's like, don't you do it, Shepard. I want that plate. I want that base. Give it to me. And we're like, what are you gonna do with it? He's like, that's good technology there. It's gonna help us. It's gonna help us in this war. It's gonna help us overall. It's gonna help humanity. And it's like, yeah, but I also don't want you to have that power. Right? We blow it up and he's like so pissed that we blew it up. But at the end of the day, he gets it anyway. That if we gave it to him, knowing how he acts in 3 and what Cerberus does in 3 anyway, it's like, why would... So this overall is just not... This doesn't work out. That's unfortunate. Right? EA bought them in 2010, I think. Has Star Wars Old Republic MMO, which is basically KOTOR 3. Is EA? Ah. Yeah, I know a friend that big on the Star Wars MMO. At one point. I've never played it. I'm not sure quality. Right? But that could make sense because KOTOR 1 and 2 were prior to EA. So KOTOR 3 got canceled at EA. It was like, how could we make money? MMO money. That's subscription money. EA bought BioWare in 2008 after Mass Effect and just before the release of Dragon Age Origins. Ah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Because Dragon Age Origins, I remember that they had EA's logo on it. It was like the wax seal kind of design. Which funny enough for Dragon Age, it's like a weird weird side lore. When I had a PS3, I wanted to play Dragon Age at the time, right? Way back when. Probably around 2009, something like that. Right, because I remember it seemed really cool. I remember like people talking about it, that the when you get into fights and stuff, like the blood is actually like on your characters, and that was like a huge thing because that didn't really happen in games, right? So that it was really cool, right? And like obviously swords are magic, right? Fantasy, totally something I'm super into, right? But I didn't have the money. I didn't have any money, and I wanted to play Dragon Age Origins, right? Awakening was out, so I don't know if it was 2009, but whenever Awakening had already released, right, which is the expansion, I remember reading on the PlayStation Store that it was an expansion, but you could play it without the need for the main game. You could essentially just create a character and play through Awakening without needing Origins. Right, you don't need to play through Origins to do this. And I also remember at GameStop you could get the combo pack for Dragon Age Origins and Awakening, and I think it was 2 discs that it came with, right? But at the PlayStation Store, I was able to get the money to be able to buy Awakening, because you couldn't get Dragon Age Origins digitally. Awakening was, the main Dragon Age Origins wasn't, so I got Awakening, and I was like, yeah, cool. I'll at least be able to play this, right? I'll play Origins at some point, but I'll be able to play Awakening. It'll be fun. But how it worked on the PlayStation 3 store was that even though Awakening in its description was like, you can play this solo, you can play this without Origins, you can launch it on your own, you can do this, the actual download itself was considered an add-on. So it literally couldn't download without Origins. It could not. It literally did. It said nothing happened. So I spent however much money that was at the time. It was like $30 or whatever it was. And it just never happened. And so I just have this completely useless add-on for Dragon Age Origins on my PS3 for so long. And I was like, well, great. There's that go. That goes. Because you couldn't. I didn't know. I don't know if you could have refunded it at the time. I didn't think about even doing it. But that was my first attempt at, like, we're gonna play Dragon Age Origins. I'm gonna play Dragon Age Origins. And then never happened. I was like, one day I'll get around to it. One day I'll play it. And what was it? I've had Dragon Age Origins since the Origin app from EA came out on PC. Like, it's the EA app now, but Origin, before that, I was there 3,000 years ago when they launched Origin. And if you signed up with an account for Origin, you got Dragon Age Origins for free. They were like, you just create an account, you log in, you can claim the game for free. Get it. Right? And I was like, well, that's easy. Even if I'm never gonna use anything else, I would love a free copy of Dragon Age Origins. And then I got that. But the thing is, the computer I had at the time wasn't like my computer. It was like, what are you, like mom's computer, right? The thing's garbage. It was a gateway. Company doesn't even exist anymore. But basically, I had the game, couldn't play it at all. It was impossible. It was never gonna happen. And so it just sat there. And I have the same copy on my because I have the same EA account this whole time. And that copy of Dragon Age is gonna be the one we play when we get to it. So over, what was it, like almost 2 decades in the making. This is Dragon Age Origins playthrough. So it's been pre-ordered for quite a while. I just didn't know it. Right? It's crazy because I feel like if you started content creation in 2013, you'd be big in the business now. But it feels like starting YouTube back then, it's gonna ultimately make you a star in 2020s. Also, COVID boosted everyone in the YouTube space, kinda. Like, literally, I think about, you know, just how weird it feels. So basically, like I said, I never really talked about it on the channel, but in 2012, I joined the military, and so that is why I have a weird gap in essentially existence, because I was isolated from everything. I didn't really have internet. I didn't have a computer. I didn't have video games, and so it's quite literally a gap in time. And I think back to it, I'm like, wait a minute, so that's also the time frame where YouTube really took off as far as being better than Google videos. Well, there was Google videos and there was YouTube, and then Google bought YouTube. Right, like Markiplier took off. And like, you know, that entire era developed while I was away, so I literally come back into the realm of the living, and I'm like, I play catch up on so many things. It feels so weird all the time. It does, because like I got a laptop, like I still have my first laptop. It's actually it's in a bin under this desk. My first laptop is an Asus G73SW, 2nd generation i7. But man, so when it's like, oh, when I say like, oh, I haven't played these games, or I haven't heard of these games, or I haven't done any of this, it's quite literally because I didn't even know most of them existed. Like my time with my PS3 was quite literally Bad Company 2, Lord of the Rings Conquest demo, and a couple other demos. And it's like, that's what I had essentially up until getting into the military. And then I didn't get a PS4 until like 2016, right? So and in 2016 I had Warframe because it was free, and I used it for YouTube, and I was catching up on, what was it? It was funny because what it felt to be, it felt like in the Tarzan movie when Dane is teaching Tarzan about the world. You know, I felt like that's what I'm learning. It's just like, she's like, they're like showing like teacups and like, you know, how like walking works and using things, how the civilized world functioned, and I'm just like, I'm trying to take notes. Like Captain America, after he came out of the ice, he's got his little notebook, and it's like, oh, who are the, what is it? I learned so much stuff from Family Guy catching me up on things, because that ended up being just something that was easy for me to watch at the time. And so many things were referenced. Like, I didn't know who Toto was, right? Like, Africa by Toto, that was from a Family Guy episode. And I heard it, and I'm like, that's a good song. What is this? And I looked into it, and I'm like, damn, this is great. And then I'm looking up, like, other things. I'm getting involved in so many things. It's weird. Wild. Right? Yeah, true Dragon Age lore job. True. The deep lore. Right? Dad, you were in the military? Cool. How's Yakko treating you? Really funny. Dad, you more than anyone felt Java during Mass Effect 3. Bro was absent. Dude, I get it. That's what I mean. Shit. That was crazy. You just, like, you unfreeze Javik, and he's like, as far as he's concerned, he's still at war. he's coming out ready to fight. And it's like, bro, it's been like a long time. And he's just like in his room looking at his table. He's trying to catch up on things, having conversations with people. Yeah. Yeah, Warframe was goated. That is one of my first console games. Warframe was cool as shit. I had no idea what was going on story-wise. I didn't even know, are these aliens? Are these people in machines? Are these suits? This is like a Super Sentai, like Power Rangers situation. But also I was like, the game's cool. Like, it just felt really awesome to play. And it was free. It was banging. Right. Jay with X plays a lot. So just thought, how could you be so much into games, miss so much at the same time? Exactly. It's so sad. Right? That's why, quite literally, I only played, like, the consoles that I owned were literally Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, GameCube, Wii, and then my mom got me a PS2. But I only had 2 games for it, or 3 games. I had Kingdom Hearts 2, Battlefield 2, and Shadow the Hedgehog. Those were my PS2 games. And my mom bought those. Right, and then I ended up learning Devil May Cry from my friend. But then, obviously, I didn't get a PS3 for so long. Never got experience Devil May Cry 4. And then, when I eventually got a PS4, there's these sequels to games and like all these other games, then PC gaming. I didn't know what Steam had become for so long. Because when I initially saw Steam, it was back when like Portal 2 had just come out. Portal 2 had just come out, and I remember also like the first Counter-Strike era of Steam, right? And so when I come back to reality and everyone talks about Steam sales, I'm like, what are you talking about? It's a Steam sale. What is this? What's Steam? What's Steam become? And it's like, oh, there's thousands of games. Man. Wild shit. It's interesting, most gamer YouTubers I watch these days truly started in like 2018 at the earliest. Right? What weird times. Weird time lighted up for all that. Like, it's funny, there's also like weird games that I ended up being able to get that are like, what is it? The Shadow of Mordor. Got Shadow of Mordor. Story-wise, yeah, being a Lord of the Rings fan, I was like, it's not there. But gameplay-wise, I was like, this is great. This is cool. Remember back in 2015, I was watching people play Batman Arkham games on YouTube because I was too broke back then as a kid. Felt great to actually play them later. It's so true. Was it? Yeah, I remember YouTube. Like, you watch full-on TV shows on YouTube. Back when things were, well, a lot more lax, and like DMCA wasn't so a thing as enforced at the time. Like most YouTubers there missed a lot of 2010s because they were doing something else. Speak to watch people like you experience it for the first time. I appreciate that. That's why you know, it's like suggest games and when you guys bring up games, it's because 90% of the time I actually don't know it exists. Right? And it's like I might have heard of it, but quite literally more than likely I haven't played it. That's why the backlog is insane. Backlog is insane. Right? And then was it part of the catch up before like, I mean, we're still a small channel. I don't want to say like before we took off. right? Because but before I started the channel, I was like preparing, right? Because I was like, you know, I want to do this. Maybe this might amount to absolutely nothing. Nobody could ever watch this, you know, but it will at least be this cool thing to like experience all these games, right? So it's like a cool duality with the channel, which is both, you know, being able to experience games that I never even did before or even played or knew, right? But it's also, you know, just the cool energy of just, you know, hanging out, playing interesting games, right? But I prepared ahead of time by getting, like I have a Nintendo Wii. I ended up getting a Wii. I got a Wii U, and on the Wii U, I got the Metroid Prime trilogy. I got Zelda Wind Waker HD. I got Super Mario RPG. I got Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, which I played Ocarina of Time as a kid on N64, but I never finished Majora's Mask. Right, I ended up renting it one time as a kid. Thought it was cool, but anyway, I got all that stuff because I'm like, these will be really cool to play on the channel one day. You know, even if it's not for a while. I got them prepped. Right, and then what is it? I have a bunch of PS3 games. Like I got Infamous 1 and 2. Right, I got Infamous 1 and 2. I ended up getting Second Son for free for the PS4. Right, what is that? I also got Metal Gear Solid 5? Phantom Pain? I still gotta get the other Metal Gear Solids, but that's also an era I missed. There's a lot of people did play for the 2000s, like KOTOR, Deus Ex, so that's cool too. And that's the thing. Playing Deus Ex is both like a throwback for like you and a lot of other people. It's also like completely new for like me and a ton of other people. And it's also one of those, you don't see it that often. Right? Yeah, still take it, but watching channel grow, not gonna lie, when it's already a billion subs, just kinda can be cool. It feels better when you were there when it started. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you feel. Like, what is it? I know they were still kind of already going pretty well, but I remember getting into the Game Grumps way back in like 2015, 14, 15? I think it was 15. It's 2015. They were finishing their Sonic Boom, or they had already finished. But either way, like that era of them, they felt very, it had that energy of like, you know, they're just two dudes hanging out, right? Small channel, relatively, like realistically, compared to like PewDiePie, Markiplier, and everyone else at the time. And then, you know, watching that grow is cool. And then there's a bunch of others, right? And there's some that I follow now that both have close to the same amount that we have, sub-wise. Either like a little bit more, a little bit less, some a lot less, some a little bit, a good handful more. And just seeing how they approach, right? Watching them play games that either I've played or that we've played on the channel, and just see how they do it in like their community, and watching that kind of grow from the other side is cool. Red Deus Ex is also, so even though it came out in 2001, predicted a lot of stuff. Crazy Great Death, it's basically take on COVID. Yeah, I could see the similarity. That was a really interesting comparison. Because going through it, everything that they talk and act, it doesn't, I'd say it doesn't feel like a fantasy, so it doesn't, but it's definitely like, ooh, wait a minute. It's like predicting, because I guess you could go to like, if you just follow the direction of human nature, You know, but the COVID showing up, that was wow. The gray death basically being treated in universe, kind of the same, the way they treat the people, right? Sort of like if you have the gray death, right? Aside from the fact that they actually feel and look like they're suffering, you know, they're definitely looked as like, ugh, no. And then the cure, not the cure, right? The vaccine, right? That helps. It doesn't cure it, but it helps. Basically being forwarded to important people, like high tier society members, and then not really worried about the rest of society, right? Then there being like a rebellious group that is trying to help. I was like, is there where they didn't have WTC Skyline in New York just because of the size? Too much gigs. That was before it even happened. That's a crazy coincidence on that one. That's crazy. Yeah, because once I knew that it was Liberty Island, I was like, oh, that's like actually New York. Like this is taking place in like a realistic Earth, right? And that being New York, yeah, the towers aren't there. And the fact that it came out before eerie. Damn. Yeah, no, Deus, I can't wait to see how the rest of it goes. Because now we're really hitting the story now. Crazy though, back then they did have Google, so that they could know locations through travel. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember the times. Now that you say it out loud, it's like, yeah. That's right. Whenever I had game guides for like GameCube still, it was like you went on to like Game Facts. And that's how you actually found out how to do things. Right? That or you bought the books. The official guidebooks. Right, as far as like information, because Google didn't exist, and then so obviously in the development space, you know, you also were just as limited on information. So you either needed photos or references or to physically go. Where those game guides? Damn, those were the times. Buying books, talk about games and tips. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Was it at my parents' house? I have all of my Game Informers I ever got, and was it one of them? I have the one that had there's a section in the article. There's a section of the Game Informer. There's an article that talked about the prototype of the Game Boy Advance SP, and they had a mock-up image. It wasn't real. The SP didn't exist yet, but it was that flip open Game Boy Advance, and it looked kind of close. But man, good times. Good times. That I remember I rented. I went to rent Metroid Prime 2 from Blockbuster to, you know, rent the game, and I ended up getting the Metroid Prime 2 guidebook. Right, I forget who made them. I'd probably remember the name. You guys probably know the name. But I had no intention of returning Metroid Prime, but I do remember the book. It was cool. Right, I remember those game guys daily things. Talk about games tips. I feel like they died after 2012 when internet fully took off. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. That's probably why it was harder for Game Informer to sell. And why like PC Gamer and all those other magazines were just kind of like not really popping, because it was just easier and cheaper to just make a website. right? You could just have somebody type up the thing. You don't have to print anything. Just copy and paste it onto the site. You know, it was just cheaper. And you could do it from anywhere. You didn't need physical printing or distribution. But you lost some of the charm of having physical. Right? Plus you got those cool like demo discs and stuff from buying the physical magazines. So getting it back there was much easier too. Now it takes 8 years to make a game. And yeah, the game dev back then, it was a different beast. I definitely see that. Right? Like, the fact that games nowadays take so long to make. And part of it's because from a lot of the games that I've seen and a lot of what's going on, like, it seems they're just bloated. There's a lot of big companies are big. They got a ton of employees. Right? They got a ton of employees, so they got to pay all those employees, but then they make a game, but they need to make this game needs to make profit because the company's a publicly traded company and they have fiduciary responsibility, so they have to make money. They have to make money, but they also have to make more money because they have to show the shareholders the number goes up, not down. Right? Number can't stay the same or go down. It has to go up in some way. So the game has to be bigger, because bigger means more broad audience will be enticed into purchasing it, which means more money. So you do that, but then you have sub companies, which I was surprised. I was actually stunned that Ubisoft had so many people working for them. Right, but the concept of you have the one designer. He draws a character. He then takes that character to his supervisor, says, "I made this character." The supervisor goes, "You're gonna have to change that. I don't like it." So he has to go back. He changes that. He brings it up. He pans it to that person. He's like, "Okay, cool. I like this one." That person then has to take it to another group of people that have to approve the character designs. Right? And then they go and they decide if those are good or not. And if they do, they're like, "Oh, half of them are good. These ones need to be redone." You know, so that takes more time. That takes money. And then the budget goes up. And then it takes even longer because it's now been, 8 months and they still haven't designed the level because they can't decide if they want it to be this or that. And then, by the time they do decide, the pressure's on. And, the devs can only... And again, there's layers to, fault. Like, was fault. Like, a lot of the time, I feel like the direction, the higher ups, it's usually where it's at. If you have an artist come in and make art, they're gonna do their thing. Right? It's whatever you put a bunch of constraints and then restrictions and then redos and all this, and then you're adding weeks and weeks of time, and that's money. And then you get games that take forever to actually be made. Right? So when you have a game like Spider-Man 2, I don't know really anything about it other than the one gameplay demo we saw. But that game having a budget of over, I think it was 300 million. The fact that it was even broke 200 million, I actually sat there and I'm like, where did it go? And not because I don't see that it's like a really, the animations are really good. The design, the detail, like the actual textures on the suits and the way everything looks amazing. But I'm like, $200 million. That's a lot of money. And, that just seems like crazy. Because there's no way, realistically, you're going to recoup that amount of money. And not only you've now spent a ton of money, but now you've also spent a ton of years doing this. And now you have double the pressure to actually make that money back. And if it doesn't happen, you know, the solution is not the next game being bigger budget, because then we could turn that into more money. You know, let's see, takes so much budget. They were making a Wonder Woman game and it got canceled because it cost like $100 million. Crazy, that's how Monolith got shut down. Shame, because Nemesis System's dead now. And see, I don't know. The Wonder Woman game could have been cool, but the thing is, I do wonder, it's like, did they have a direction? Did they have an idea? Or was it like so early in the process? They were like, we don't know what we're gonna do with it, so we might as well just, you know, cut it loose before we've sunk a ton of money. It's probably the better direction, unfortunately. But the Nemesis system, I'm still never going to forgive Warner Brothers for copywriting that. Trademarking it. They trademarked it. So now literally nothing can use it. It was insane. Literally, Nemesis system is now, it's so written in a way that no other game can use that type of system. And it sucks. Because there are so many games that would be amazing for. But they trademark it and then they don't do anything with it, so they're just sitting on it. And it was like the Wonder Woman game could have probably utilized it, but that got canceled. And then, you know, Shadow of War utilized it, obviously, right? But then, you know, like Batman would be great. That could be a great game that could utilize the Nemesis system, right? Because you got all types of thugs and lackeys, and, you know, not just like the big name villains, but like all the casual guys that you beat up around the city. But they own the trademark, so that's obviously a game they could use it in. But it could be used for Spider-Man. That could have been neat. Man. Yeah, so the future is the indie space, because at some point the AAA titles for corpos are just stale for people. Future of gaming is in the indie space, because that's where the creativity can exist. AAA can't afford that. And that is very, I agree. Right? The fact that you have a AAA studio, so they think in the concept. I miss when AAA was what it was, which was you were gonna get a damn good game. It was gonna look great. It was gonna play great. It was gonna be essentially like, what is it? Like, regardless of what you think about the story, right? The Last of Us Part 2. The animations were tight. The way that your characters moved looked great. Right? The fact that they would look and lean and hide, the way that, you know, you go through different areas. Like, you would walk past bottles and they would be kicked and rolled over. You know, you walk through the grass. You do all these things. Right? And there blood splatters everywhere where it is, whether it's on the grass or on you or on them. Like, you know, you leave a body on the ground, they see that body, they react to it, the dogs are running around looking for you. It's the idea that when you got a AAA game, you were getting something that was like refined and like really high quality, right? And now I feel like we're not super getting that a whole lot from AAA, but the budgets seem to be going up. And budget goes up, development time goes up, and the results don't really match. Right? They had a Wonder Woman comic writer. I guess they did. They were making it for like 3 years. Lost $100 million. Damn. I mean, hey, they actually got like a comic writer to assist with kind of putting that game together. I mean, it probably could have been a cool game. Right, because I mean, you could do a bunch with like the lasso, right? And then obviously her sword and shield, and then just the fact that like her Amazon strength, speed, and jumping. Even Ward Spector, the creator of Deus Ex Thief, System Shock, recently in an interview, said how indie is just the future, nothing new. Water is wet. I know, but it is true. Yeah, I mean, like, indie games don't have the... They obviously still have budgets, and they have... You know, they still have their time constraints, because it still costs them money to develop, but they don't have it nearly on the scale that, like, a big corporation does, like a AAA corporation. Let alone the fact that they don't have... The ones that are privately owned, not public companies, they don't have that fiduciary responsibility. So they get to just make it. They don't have to worry about fundamentally hitting a sales number. Like, they obviously want to make up the money that they spent and make a profit, right? Because that's the goal. But they're not trying to hit, you know, a new market cap. They're not trying to, you know. They're driven by the passion, the creativity that they get to actually explore what they want to make, rather than, you know, designed by committee, like it seems some games can be. Every year, Game Awards, we get a category for indie. We really do. It just keeps expanding. It's like about when you see an indie studio become a corporate themselves. Yeah, when they become what they were sworn to destroy. They're sworn to be better. But I mean, let's be real. There's a lot of indie studios that also, you know, they're not perfect either. You know, like the amount of indie games that I see on Steam that aren't very great, and there's lots of them. You know, does that mean that they're bad studios? No, but it's in the same way of like AAA games. Like, they can make bad games too. It's just you can see, like, we could recognize that an indie studio is more capable of the success than a AAA right now. Nemesis was one where you convince, if it's Ares Ari to work with you. Her whole thing in the comics is rehabilitating her enemies, so it makes sense. That'd be a fascinating mechanic. I also love the Jedi Fallen Order games. Worried for the third game, because game director first, the first two left. Ooh. Oh no. What is it? I've been sitting on the Fallen Order. Fallen Order, and I have Fallen Order on PC. And I have Survivor on PS5, because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to run it on PC. I didn't know how demanding the game would have been. Right, but I know the first game had a great reception. People were really into it. And then I know it has like some Souls-esque elements, which I'm fine with. I know some people were like, I don't want to deal with that. But the second one I heard was actually really good. I mean, I'm glad that there's a third game coming, because if like when they're good, when there are good games and they keep making good games, it's great for everybody. You know, it's a good game. Make a sequel that is also just as good. You make a third game that could be just as good. Great. That's what we want. But the fact that the game director left, as it could be hit and miss now. Just Survivor was recently released on previous gen, so maybe it could work fine on your PC, but yeah, good to be careful. Yeah, I feel like it might work. I'd have to look into like what the you know, not just the spec requirements, 'cause that's easy to find, but like how it actually runs on those specs. Because I know I could run Fallen Order easy on max. I'm sure Survivor would be fine. I'll just have to give it a shot. Hey, what is it? I'm actually able to run Cyberpunk. That's cool. Because way back, like, back when it came out, could not run that game. Could not run that game. It's funny, because I did one video of Cyberpunk on the channel. So if you go onto the page and you sort videos by oldest, right? The first video on the channel was gonna be a playthrough of the One Piece Pirate Warriors game, and then I didn't end up doing that. And then what is it? Cyberpunk came out, and I was so excited. I was like, hell yeah, we're gonna do this. And so I installed it, I booted it up. I was like, great. And it was okay. It kind of worked. But then what was it? It was a mission where you take an elevator up, and then it's like real. I think it's like the first real thing you do. Right? Like you go in, you take an elevator, you go up, and then it's like just after the gun tutorial. Nothing even happened in the mission. I stepped out of the elevator, and the entire game lagged so badly. It was horrendous. It was so brutal. It was unplayable. It was literally like maybe like 5 FPS. It was insane. It was completely unfunctional. And so that's part of the reason why there's only one video of Cyberpunk. Because quite literally the next video was unplayable. I didn't even get to the mission. So when we do play Cyberpunk, it's basically gonna be like I never played it before, because I literally just did the one intro. Right there. Cyberpunk rough at launch. Makes sense why you couldn't run it. Yeah. Xbox One and PS4. Horrible. Horrible. Oh my god. I didn't that whole cut. I was all aware of that entire situation when that was happening, because obviously like all the reviews were like 10 out of 10 is perfect. It's basic. They were like, there's a few bugs on the PC build, but other than that, you know, it runs great, and nothing but green flags. Wow, they really did it. And then they never talked about the PS4 or the Xbox One versions, and it was like, oh, they're probably just not talking about it. I had a friend who got the PS4 version. He went to go he picked it up, and it wasn't until he got home and he goes to install it, and then he starts to he's like, oh no, and it was bad. He's like, I can't even play it. He's like, I feel so stupid. He's like, I don't know what to do. And he's like, well, it comes with the PS5 version. So I guess there's that. Whenever I get a PS5, you know, down the road. And tragic. Honestly, so tragic. Absolutely. Yeah. Man. Crazy Kid asked back in 2012. I remember when they announced it. It was going to be a PS3 game. It was going to be a PS3 title. And then it never showed up again. So it was not on the PS3. It was vacant for the PS4. Right? That it does come out for the PS4. For the PS4. And then it comes with a free copy of the PS5 version. and it's just a mess. It's just a mess. Obviously, it's in a way better state now. It's basically 180. But I know we were all there. We were all there back when that happened. Right? Excited for Witcher 4? Goddamn right. Holy shit. I didn't realize that they had I didn't realize until Summer Games Fest that they had shown off some of the Witcher 4. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that until during Summer Games Fest. They had this ad for the Unreal Engine. And apparently they had an Unreal Engine showcase. Which I didn't know about. And apparently they show off some of the Witcher there, so I gotta go find that. But yeah, no, I'm excited for the Witcher 4, because if it even has the spirit of Witcher 3, I'm in. Right? The idea that we're gonna be playing as Ciri, and she would have both, you know, she'd be capable of using her power on top of the fact that she would have the knowledge of a Witcher, right? Where it's like oils and decoctions and stuff like that. I don't know if it'd be signs or it would just be like her power, but regardless, if it's just like her power, right? As a child of destiny. And be able to use oils and decoctions. That just seems like a really cool gameplay combo. It does. I love the fact that it'd be like this whole world. Where was it? Played Cyberpunk Launch with a GTX 980. Worked pretty well at PC for me. That's pretty good. I think I had a 1060. I had a GTX 1060. But it wasn't a full 1060. It was like the single fan version. So it was like the lower performing version of the 1060. And I don't know, I guess for whatever reason, I was just having a bad time. But I'm glad that worked out. For your experience. Because I assumed you played all 3 Witcher games. I already guessed you played 3 on the channel. I didn't know. Oh yeah, I already talked about it on Discord. That's right. Yeah, I played The Witcher 3 on the channel. Played The Witcher 3. I don't have... What is it? Never played The Witcher 1 and 2. Never played The Witcher 1 and 2. Funny enough, I own the CDs for The Witcher 1. Because and again, had no concept of the story, the world, anything. I saw it at a GameStop ages ago. And when I say ages ago, I mean pre-2012. And I bought it because I thought the name sounded cool. I was like, The Witcher. And the cover art looked really badass. And it's like this, on the back, it's like this dude with a sword. And I'm like, this seems cool. I'm in. I'm all on board. Didn't have a computer to play it on, but I bought it. And I don't physically have it here, but regardless, I would just buy it again. Right, I'd just go in like GOG or something and buy Witcher 1 and The Witcher 2. But yeah, no, I played 3. 3 was amazing. 3 was a blast. I heard 2 is pretty cool too. I know Witcher 1 is like the most different between 2 and 3. 1, 2, and 3. But yeah, those are one day, definitely. I feel like it'd be cool. It'd be a cool thing to go back and play 1 and 2. But definitely 4. I think it's just, part of me is like, I think we need to know more about 4, but then also I'm kind of like, the more we don't know, maybe we just let it roll, right? One of those, do we just have to have faith? Because I would think they know the pressure that they're under from The Witcher 3 to The Witcher 4. And the expectation that the community would have, let alone the fact that they are very much aware that if it's not, you know, like Cyberpunk was a big pushback. And most of that was because it just didn't work. Right? But if it's genuinely a subpar game, they're going to hear about it, and it's not something they probably want. But it doesn't look like it's going to be. Right? But we also don't know a ton. We don't know how big the world is, right? Like where we're going to even explore, right? Or maybe we do. Maybe they talked about it in the showcase. As far as I know, right? We don't know where the location is, who we're going to really interact with, like the main plot line, right? Like The Witcher 3, you have to go get Ciri, right? But then there's like a ton of other plot lines that are happening at the same time. That's like, is that going to be similar with 4? Is like Ciri going to have like a main motivation, and you know, she's going to kind of witcher her way around contracts and monster hunting, saving people, all that kind of thing along the way? Maybe. Right? That's like, how's gear gonna work? Is it gonna work kind of the same way? Is it gonna be like crafting? Are we gonna get the same? Or is it gonna be like armors and enchantments and benefits and set bonuses and stuff like that? And it's gonna be, are we? Because we crafted all of the Witcher school gear, right? So the only thing would be they either come up with a new Witcher school, so there's new gear, or you know, the gear crafting goes in a different direction away from Witcher gear, right? And it becomes different, just gear, right? And then like the weapon system, she obviously has the sword that she got from Geralt, which is, you know, sentimental, but it's like, are we gonna be replacing that sword in the same way like Geralt's swords get replaced? And you know, are we going to do with the same decoctions and oils, or are we going to get new decoctions and oils? Because they're going to be new monsters that we've never seen before. You know? How are they going to open up? And I'm excited because I want to know. I want to know. Because there's so much potential for it to be really good. For it to be amazing. Right, which one could be hard to get into, but it's a really good game, especially for the story and all the quests. That, fair. Right, good story, cool quests. A little bit hard to get into. And I, knowing how old it is, I know it also, like, visually dated. Not that that's ever gonna stop us, right? But I can understand probably gameplay-wise, it's very different. You ever read the Witcher books? I have not. I have not. I did, what is it? I own the first book. I believe it's The Last Wish is the first book. And I have the ebook of it. Because I ended up getting that at the same time as The Witcher 3. I ended up getting that because I was like, okay, cool. If the game's really cool, like, you know, I'll read the book. The book could be really neat. And then what was it? And then I did that short on the channel where I read the prologue, or like the intro poem, or the intro short story from the book. But yeah, the book seemed like a really cool concept that I would totally want to get into. If you ever want to review, if you ever want to review books on the channel, they're Mass Effect books that happened before Mass Effect 1. The one that covers Anderson, Saren's thing. That's cool. That's cool. I didn't look into any of the books, but I know like a number of people pointed out that there was a person on the Citadel, and it was in Mass Effect 2? Maybe Mass Effect. Oh my god, when was it? It was either Mass Effect 1 or 2. God damn it. One of the two. But there was on the Citadel, there was a guy selling books, selling his novels, and they were basically just like referencing the Mass Effect novels. being written. And I thought that was quirky. But the fact that there's a book that covers Anderson and Saren's thing, so the mission that Saren sabotaged Anderson, I remember that situation. I know there was a book that went over it. That's cool. Damn. But at the Arkham games have tie-in comics. Deus Ex Human Revolution, Vacat Divide does too. Man, KOTOR has like 40 issue long comic series that happens before the game, covers different character. Once you play KOTOR, you'll look to that. Got a lot of comic and book tie-ins. I guess that was like a big thing for a while for a lot of games. But that also, that's just cool, right? Because it's like you have more stuff, more stories, more things to learn about those universes, right? Those characters, new characters outside of the game. That's wow, 40 issues for KOTOR. Then the Mass Effect books. And obviously, like, Batman comics exist, but the fact that there's actual, like, the Arkham game tie-in comics. Then Deus Ex. That's sick. It's very cool. Definitely, right? Once you play KOTOR, you might want to look into that. Definitely. Definitely, because I don't own KOTOR yet. But I did think about it, and I remember I made a post on the channel about, like, you know, is the game still worth checking out? Because knowing that they made Dragon Age Origins, they made Mass Effect, they made KOTOR, in my mind, I'm thinking it's got to be pretty good, right? It's got to be at least pretty decent. There's like $5 on Steam. Bruh. That's amazing. I got KOTOR better with restored content mod. Oh, okay. 16 months? That's insane. That's like a Majora's Mask situation. Good lord. Yeah, KOTOR games are peak. Second was more complex and better restored content mod. KOTOR 1 was peak too. I can understand. So they made a bunch of stuff and they had to cut it out, obviously, because of short time they had to ship it. But it could still be restored. That's crazy. You play it without the mod, you're gonna miss half the game. It's that bad. And by that bad, I mean, I'm sure it makes, like, the story makes sense. Like, you get to A to B, you go through it, right? But the fact that you're missing so much is crazy. That's why I can't play KOTOR 2 on Xbox. Yeah. It's missing too much. Is it, I have... What is it? KOTOR? KOTOR is one that was big recommended. And then the other one... And it's definitely gotten hit and miss responses, was Gears of War. Gears of War was another one. Right. Yeah, it's basically the story. Somewhat makes sense, but it doesn't have as much depth. Ah. That makes sense. Like, you go through the story and you get it. It's like, this makes sense. What you've gone through. But when you don't have the depth, yeah, it feels like you're missing something. Like, it's a little emptier. Man. That's definitely on the list. Well, the fact that KOTOR exists and then, like, the Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor, those two games being, well, they're not RPGs, But it's sort of like Star Wars coming back as, you know, good games. This is like KOTOR. It's like Battlefront 2. I was there for the launch, and I was there even to today. I love Battlefront 2. Gameplay, multiplayer. It's a good time. So whenever we do get to KOTOR and Jedi, we're gonna have like a small Star Wars era. KOTOR came out before Revenge of the Sith, and 1 came out before Attack of the Clones. Ooh, shit. It's like Kashyyyk first appeared there. That's badass. Well, that's kind of wild. Like they developed obviously like prequel, right? Because KOTOR is prior to the original trilogy, and so the fact that these games were made before the prequel trilogy finished, crazy. This is Star Wars season. Your schedule's already locked, so I recommend playing Star Wars stuff during May the 4th. That's right. Yep. May the 4th. Missed it this year. Next year. Next year. We'll get them next year. Because again, I know our schedule's locked. Our schedule, I think it is quite literally a never-ending tunnel of games. Like, there's so many. I made a post, I think, like, well over... It was, I mean, like, 2 years ago, I think, where I have this massive whiteboard. It was a huge glass whiteboard. It was huge. And I wrote every game that I had that I was thinking that we should do on the channel for it. And I fit as much as I could on that board, and there were still more. It's one of the posts on the channel, way back when, and yeah, the Jedi games are on there. You gotta slap KOTOR on there now too. Yeah, it depends on what the situation's gonna be. Yeah, agreed. Wish I had more time to do this. This obviously, like the stream thing, I think this is fun. This is cool. Like, back and forth. Don't get this very often, even the Discord or the comment section, but also, right, just the way life and work ends up lining up. Can't record as much as I would definitely be into, because I quite literally spend most of, and by most I mean like 90% of my free time, tried to make time for this. And so it's really, and it's not a bad thing. I'm super happy. Like, this is one of my favorite things to do. So it's like, if you don't see it happening on the channel, I'm more than likely not doing it. So whenever we like don't play a game, or there's a gap between a game, it's literally when you see it is when I'm seeing it. Like, as an example, like Ghost of Tsushima, I haven't gone back and touched the game yet because I don't want to play it until we actually have time to like sit down and actually finish it out. You know, same with a bunch of other games, and then trying not to start games that we don't have time to actually go through, right? Because then everything suffers. Right, but the streams would be cool. Maybe catch up on trailers and stuff. Yeah, I think that could be a lot of fun. Right, catching up on trailers, looking at other stuff. Stuff that, I mean, maybe stuff that you guys see that I don't even see. Right, because there's also like fan-made videos that were recommended about both like Mass Effect and then like, I mean, like even Expedition 33 had a bunch, like The Witcher stuff. There's a bunch of Witcher stuff that's been recommended. right? Let alone lore, but an actual interesting like development and stuff like that. But, yeah, if you put your vids noticeable, I appreciate that. I try. I know I don't always nail it, right? But try. Oh, good to know. I was like, damn, this guy released episode 1. And like other YouTubers, I got used to it that you're probably already finished it. No, quite literally. So like, if I know we're not gonna do it as a series, I'm not gonna put a number on it. You know? So if a video comes out and there's no, it's just like the game, that's more than likely gonna be a one shot, like a one-off, right? If we do more, then that's purely based on the reaction to that video, right? Which is why when Doom happened, Doom was literally just, I'm just gonna do like one episode because I got this game, I thought it'd be cool, just messing around, and then, you know, and we did the whole thing. But whatever we're going through a game, quite literally, like the next Deus Ex episode and the next ones, because my recording windows are really the weekends. And when I say weekends, I mean like Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's really the time, right? And it's like nighttime that I have. That's like the time, my window to do everything. So it's a balance of both trying to make enough, but not make too many, because what is it? I think that ended up happening a little bit early on with The Witcher 3 when we were going through that. The episodes were shorter. I think they were like 40 minutes, 45 minute episodes, like maybe an hour, right? Like an hour already felt like a stretch at the time. And so I could do like 6 in a row. But then I release it, and you know, everyone's giving me advice and tips like, oh, hey, you know, go check this, do this. Before you do this quest, go do this. Go check this area. You know, make sure you look at the quest board for these things. And I'll see that, and I'm like, oh, there's like 4 other episodes that have to happen before I could even react to that feedback. And so it's like both recording enough, but not recording so many to where basically, it's like the whole series is done before, you know, anything even happens, because that's not very fun. You know, the reactions, the comments, the, you know, the advice and tips and stuff like that, and be able to react to that and use that. That's part of the, you know, you know, what is it, the way, like the connection between us playing the game as like a unit versus, you know, me just doing it. Right? Yeah, there's stuff people recommend, like the Indoctrination Theory documentary. Versus Rex, yeah. Yeah, that's why like in the I probably could just make a post on the channel again for it. And then I had a section of the Discord for those kind of recommendeds. I think sometimes YouTube has auto-deleted links that are posted, but I basically took off all sort of moderation. So links should be able to be posted now. But I always prefer the long vids because you just sit and enjoy the ride. 40 minutes is so quick that when it ends, like, damn, barely even started. That's exactly how it feels now. Right? I'm like, 40 minutes? What is that? That's nothing. Like, especially because some of these games, like some like missions, like a Deus Ex mission, like 40 minutes is not a lot. Like if I made a beeline and I knew what I was doing and knew what to do, 100%. Right? But yeah, 40 minutes is like done, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, come back tomorrow. What am I gonna do now? Because I think the same way, I like watching more long-form videos. But then there'll be those videos I made on the channel, like, what is it, I think? Like, the Expedition 33 ending was 3.5 hours long. It was actually 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds long. And then, what is it, the Mass Effect 3 finale was a couple hours long. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like what series is done. Either because the comments are just not going to matter. Plus, it's pointing out cool or funny scenes. Exactly, and that's not... Like, it's still cool, right? The comments are really interesting to read, especially... Right, but the sort of... The community around it is lost. If, you know, if it's, like, too fast. Right, I mean, even now, we're still getting I get comments all the time on, like, Mass Effect. People pointing out things, or... You know, even though they know it's over, the fact that they'll be like, oh, this situation, this is an interesting thing about this area, or like, oh, if you didn't know, you can go over here to find this. Right, stuff like that. What is it? I ever see the comments accuse you of knowing Expedition 33 ending prior. Weird comment on that 3-hour vid. Like, if bro knew, why would he play it? Bruh, I saw that comment and I was like, what do you mean? I was like, brother, what are you talking about? Do you... If somebody that knew the series, right? Not spoiling anything, I emphasize that, but 90% of my theories didn't make sense by the end. Right? So it's like, the way it's like, you obviously knew the endings going into this. Like, what? Because, oh my god, what was it? Knowing the ending, you know the ending, everything I said in that same episode literally contradicts what I decided. So knowing and what I was determined to do. So it's like, if I knew the ending, it doesn't make any sense. It's goofy. It's like, if I know the ending, you know how hard that is to fake? Because I think about it, I'm like, could you imagine, like, because I thought about that too. I was like, what if I like, thinking about to the Mass Effect ending, and you get there, and it's like, you know what's happening, so it's like, now you gotta pretend like you don't know what's happening. You know how hard that is to do convincingly? It's like, what? No way, there's 3 endings? Oh, this one must be the Renegade ending because it's red, and this one must be... Oh my god, it makes so much sense. Wow. You know, all this... It's... I don't know. It's just... It was kind of funny, and I didn't really pay that much of a mind to it. It was kind of funny. This is so common in Mass Effect 3 saying you do that. Literally, yeah. Sorry, it's a little just that. It's so fakes it. It's very noticeable. You guys lie if you did that then. Right? Like, how the hell... I did so much for... I think there's like 80 hours. Close to 80 hours in Expedition 33. By the ending, it was like 60. And... It's like, knowing the ending, why would I be screwing around so much? It's so weird. And it's like, out of all the games to know the ending for, the amount of effort that I went in to avoid knowing so much. Right? What is it? The Summer Games Fest? The amount of like avoidance of the internet, as well as like Steam. Prior to that, I had turned off, there's a way, like, on the Steam interface, there's like the news and updates up at the top, I like disabled that. I just shut that down because I was like, I don't need to know anything. And to avoid the fact that I even avoided Resident Evil is insane. Because I can't possibly, I would have been so upset, realistically, if just like on Instagram or some random, like a Google search, or just go on Google, there's an article right there, Resident Evil Requiem. I would have been so upset. But it's like, no, I go through so much work to not be spoiled, and I'm so cautious. I was so cautious with the comments through Mass Effect, because there would be some moments where I could see a comment going into a spoiler in some capacity, but there were others that were genuinely just like, you know, talking. But yeah, I was like, yeah, bro, definitely talk about his theory for like 30 minutes if you do the editing. Yeah, like why am I gonna sit here and talk for as long as I do about something to just like what, mask the idea that I already knew? Like, oh guys, I gotta throw him off. So let me come up with a theory to cover. That's exhausting. At that point, like why are you even playing the game? Like if I already know the ending, then the payoff just doesn't feel great. Like if I knew the ending for Mass Effect 3, I don't think it would have ruined the game. I don't think it would have ruined the series. But it definitely would have been, when it happens, it would have been like, oh, okay, here we are. Okay, I see now. Okay. Right? And the impact of the moment would have been gone. And luckily, like 99% of people were pretty cool about not spoiling stuff in the Mass Effect series through all 3 games. Right? There was some stuff that people were pretty excited about. They were like, oh, I can't wait to get here. Right? And I looked back, people had mentioned Javik in Mass Effect 2. Right? But I didn't notice it until like we were halfway through Mass Effect 3, and I was just kind of like going back through like comments and everything. And yeah, someone just like drops Javik's name in a comment, and I looked at that and I'm like, I would have been so upset reading that at the time. Because in Mass Effect 1, I was so certain the Protheans maybe existed. Maybe. Right? And then at the very end, when we get to Ilos, and there's the storage of all the Protheans, I'm thinking, holy shit, we can actually save the Protheans. Maybe there's a chance. And they're like, no, they're dead. And it solidified, it's like they're gone. They're done. And then 2, with the Collectors being Protheans, I was like, wait a minute. That's crazy that these are actually Protheans. There's probably no way we can save them. There's no way we can like fix them back to Prothean. But we're seeing a physical Prothean, which is wild. And then in 3, when we get Javik, insane that we actually get a real Prothean. Mind blowing. God. Yeah, there's no point in life. You know it, just say it. Yeah, you're the master of being absent. Well, you too, a spoiler detector. Yeah, I wish you could like flag certain words. Or, I mean, you could flag words, but you have to know the words prior, right? But like YouTube, so like real advanced, instead of the way you select what game it is, it knows like keywords. So like that'd be some real wild stuff, but yeah, it feels like a troll. What is it? There's this one dude so angry at me the way that I played Resident Evil 4. And part of me was like, yeah, I get it. But he was so bad. He was so upset. Like, I ruined his day. I ruined his week. Like, I committed a capital crime in his presence. And now I definitely feel like I could have approached 4 a lot better than I did. But this man was angry. This was fury. Fury carded. Like I missed like a couple of treasures. And it was like a paragraph of like all of my sins. Now, luckily, a lot of people want genuine reactions, so they don't spoil. And sometimes not spoiling is even an obsession. If you ever play Outer Wild, you'll understand. I own that game. I bought it. I bought it because a number of people recommended it. They were like, you gotta play Outer Wilds. Which I had almost mixed up with Outer Worlds at some point back when, but I got it on a sale because it was so recommended. And I completely agree with that. Everybody that recommended it, and it happened both at the end of when we finished Mass Effect, but also when we finished What Remains of Edith Finch, and then when we finished like Detroit Become Human. Like there were a number of times this game was recommended, so I got it on sale, and they were like, do not look up anything for this game. Do not look it up. Don't do it. Don't read anything. Don't read the comments. Do nothing. Because they were like, this is a game you can play once and never really again. And it is so imperative to avoid spoilers for the Outer Wilds. And I was like, that's a lot. That's crazy. I'm into it. It's so fascinating that it's so strongly held to be like, don't look at things. Avoid spoilers. Because it's one thing to be like, oh man, I got spoiled of this, damn. The fact that it's so much of a thing for Outer Wilds is like, whoa. Okay. Cool. I feel like it's also cool if you have a mod to delete comments and spoil shit. Not sure if it works for YouTube though. I know that like the best thing I could do is like promote somebody to like a moderator, and then they'd have access to the comment section and everything, and they can go like hide comments, delete comments, stuff like that. Right? Because at this point, like again, I do read the comments, but I've not been spoiled yet, thank God. Right? But I can tell sometimes, like 9 times out of 10, I can tell if something's going into a spoiler. Because there's always a lead up. You know where it's going. And then there are people that just do it innocently. You know, which I don't hold it against them. You know, because they get excited. You know? Like people talking about... Was it like people were... In Mass Effect 3, people were talking about Javik before we even got to that point. And nobody said who he was, what he was, but they brought up the name, and they're like, oh man, I can't wait for you to see Javik. I can't wait for you to check out Javik. And they were talking to each other, like, oh man, when he meets Javik, it's going to change his entire perspective on the Protheans. And it's like, looking at those afterwards, I was like, damn, that's crazy, right? It's not malicious, but it's something that if I saw it, I'd be like, that's Prothean related, and this is clearly the name of somebody. That seems important. And then when it happens, it would, you know, we would get the reveal of Javik, it'd be like, oh, whoa, and then I'd be like, oh, wait, this is the Javik guy. Okay. Got it. Right, I also like to have an audience that doesn't spoil. It's usually popular vids that have some douche spoiling. Yeah, no, we've gotten really lucky. Yeah, thank God. It really is because it is the definition of, you know, people are in it for the love of the game. You know, but quite literally, they love, you know, The Witcher and Mass Effect and Alien Isolation and, you know, a bunch of the other games that we've played, right? Because people genuinely want to see things kind of just go, see what happens. Some people give advice, be like, "Oh, make sure you do this mission before this mission," you know. And I'll be real, like the what is it? The point of no return in Mass Effect 2 being so careful. It was very helpful that it was brought up. And it was brought up by a number of people, and every single one of them that brought it up, no spoilers. No reason why it was the point of no return. No reason before or afterwards. It was just, this is going to happen. Just be aware that when it does, what you choose to do is very important. And I'm like, got it. Got it. Okay, I'll be aware. Right? I won't get accused of being a spoiler on the first Deus Ex video, even though it's revealed through an intro that you work for the value. Like, bro, don't get ridiculous. I do get to be careful though. I would spoil someone something I regret to this day. I know what you mean. I know that feeling. Right? And what is it? I think I did it one time to my friend back in high school. Devil May Cry 4. Devil May Cry 4. We were huge fans of Devil May Cry. Right? Devil May Cry 3, played it all the time. Amazing. Devil May Cry 4 gets shown off. We don't have PS3s. We're never going to get one. Like, we don't have money. We don't have that. Right? It's not going to happen, right? But I looked up on YouTube all of the cinematics for the game. All the cinematics, all the weapons, all the things. And I was so excited. It got me hyped because I was more just ready to play it rather than worried about being spoiled. And I ended up showing him one of the weapon cinematics. And he felt genuinely so defeated because he was trying so hard to avoid the spoilers for it. And I just go and I show him one of the weapons. And it's minor, but it was still, like, for Devil May Cry, you know, you don't know what weapons you're going to get. Those are like a big part of the hype going through those games. And it's like a core memory. I remember doing it. I remember when it happened and exactly where in the moment. And I regret it to this day. I feel so bad. Because I was super excited. And I wanted him to be just as excited as me. And by trying to, you know, facilitate that hype, I ended up, you know, spoiling that moment. I feel really bad about it. But no, I don't think realistically, I didn't think at the time that it was like some deep, what is it? What's the thing? In the intro to Deus Ex, you know, it being like a spoiler, right? They think that way. And besides, even if it was on a technical level, it was incredibly unobvious. So much so that when things happened, it was still like an oh shit situation. Right. Yeah, it comes from trying as so close to you, be as hyped as you. It's just better keep them curious. Yeah, agreed. That's why I made such an effort for Mass Effect specifically to in every thumbnail and title, I never use the word Reaper or imagery of the Reapers. None of them. Because I didn't want to spoil it for anybody. Because I know YouTube is going to recommend a video to somebody who's out there in the world, and just seeing a thumbnail can spoil something. Seeing a title can spoil. The thumbnail could just be a face. No words, nothing. And you see the face, you're like, damn it. Right? Or the thumbnail is normal, but the title says something. You know, the title says something like, you know, is blank gonna die? Or, you know, it was a dream, or is it an illusion? Or like they very blatantly either hint or they directly state something that is a spoiler. And that felt, I'm not a fan. I get it. You know, you gotta play the game. It works. But I love how I felt when we met Sovereign, and the reveal that he was a Reaper, and the reveal that he was actually a living ship. He was manipulating Saren, not Saren piloting him, and coupling that with the fact that he admits to the Reapers. He's like, we're out there. We're actually all out there. We're waiting. This is a whole thing. The Citadel's the key. That entire reveal was so good and so catching me off guard that I was like, no, I genuinely want everybody who plays this game to get that same thing, because I actually believed the Reapers were extinct. They were gone, and we have this information from the Prothean beacon, and Saren is doing some sketchy shit, but I genuinely believe the Reapers were never going to be back. And same with the Prothean. I was like, they're extinct. I hope they're not, but for the most part, I accepted that. So the reveal was insane. And so I never mention Reapers. So if somebody who'd never played Mass Effect go through the Mass Effect playlist and they look at everything, you could never have played Mass Effect 2 and 3 and you just start 1, and none of those are going to spoil that twist at all. And because I think it's the biggest in the entire game, in the entire trilogy, is the fact that the Reapers are, right? Because I could be like, oh, Tim's in a thumbnail. You don't know that. Like, you don't know what that really means, right? And then, you know, we are is in a thumbnail. But for the most part, it was very important to me. Right? It's cool because Deus Ex makes you forget that intro quick. Like, oh, I forgot we worked for that guy in the intro that tells you you're ready for duty. Bro, I remember being hyped for Fallen Order before it released. When dipshit had a huge spoiler on the thumbnail. So pissed. I knew what happens at the end the whole time. I hated it. God, I hate that for you. That sucks. That's what I worry about. That's why I'm like so scared to ever go to the homepage half the time on YouTube. Especially when a new game comes out. Like, I do want to play Death Stranding. But when Death Stranding 2 came out, I was like, now I need to avoid, because I don't trust that people aren't gonna. And what was it? When like one of the big things was Resident Evil Village. When that first came out, I was like, I'm gonna play this. We're gonna play this on the channel. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be the first real series. It's gonna be super risky because I have no idea what I'm doing, and we're just gonna go, right? I unsubscribed from Jacksepticeye and Markiplier because they put their thumbnails and titles the way that they do, and it works, but they are very much not shying away from spoiling key characters' moments and stuff like that. So I was like, I gotta like make sure that this doesn't show up for me. So I had to go and unsubscribe from them, and I resubscribed later, but it's the idea that I had to play this game of avoiding spoilers, because So people will, right? Just like how spoiler thumbnails get more views because they look cool, and it's YouTube algorithm pushing it, people get spoiled. True. It does. Because they get more views because they're from, a lot of them are from people who aren't actually looking to play the game. They're for people who are wanting to look at the game, watch the game, that have already decided they're probably not going to play it themselves. Right? And so they pop off. And I think about it, which is, I do wonder how much more, probably not that much, like, you know, it's not like I have any real presence, but I do it if I just plastered games with spoilers in the thumbnails and titles, right? It's like, would they do better? Probably. But it would feel shitty. It would feel so bad. Right? And again, my biggest approach with Expedition 33, I was like, no one's gonna know anything. No one's gonna know anything. I'm like, every title's gonna be vague as hell. Thumbnails, it's gonna be, no one's gonna know nothing. Right? As I really appreciate you didn't spoil anything on the thumbnails and titles of Expedition 33. It's funny that she say it. So thank you for that. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm glad that has come out, because that was super important to me for other people too. Right? Because whether you were gonna play it, you were in the middle of playing it, or you're just not gonna be able to play it yet, eventually you're gonna play it. Right? I was like, I know how it would feel to be that person that gets spoiled, and it may cost attention, you know, and traction and whatever, but I'd rather not just take the hit on that. Right? Like, yeah, don't ever visit YouTube to Resident Evil Requiem playthrough. Bro, nope. Done. Seriously, I avoid everything. Legit, like, radio silence practically. 'Cause I can't trust it. You never know. It could just be, I just go onto YouTube on the home page, it'll just be like, bam, right there. Damn, man. I know, like, whenever new Deus Ex episodes come out, because the airfield vid came out, I was like, what's his reaction to the twist gonna be? Right? And the thing, I was also trying to figure out, okay, like, what do I, because I try to think through these thumbnails. I'm like, where can I get like where can I get a cool, like an image for this from this episode, and then also keep it vague, because again, the fact that it is a twist, and it is like one of, could be more, but it's like the big twist, right? And I was like, I'm not gonna spoil that. That does look retro cool too. Thanks, man. Right? They kind of do kind of look cool. Right? Even I'm surprised how they don't look super messy because of how dated the game is with the graphics. But I can kind of make them still look pretty neat. But yeah, no, I have no idea where we're even going with Deus Ex from now. As far as like plot wise, I like chickens out of the coop on that one. I do wish Deus Ex vids get more viewership, but at least no one's spoiling anything. I agree doubly. I'm very glad that no one's spoiling anything, and we're just kind of like, we're just having a cool time, we're just enjoying the ride, right? And there's still, you know, there's good feedback and tips and stuff, but it does suck in a way from a numbers perspective, right? Because like realistically, like Deus Ex, Resident Evil, any of the Resident Evils, they really interesting games, really fun. I love them so much, but they do not grab a lot of attention, and I'm sure there's a lot of factors, right? And I don't like, aside from the fact that I missed the timing on 4 pretty bad, so that was that. But then also I feel like I still have a lot of room for improvement in a lot of things. Whereas like the approach and momentum, and also not dragging things out. Not that it's on purpose, but you know, refining. And then actually making things entertaining and interesting. That's a trick. Instead of it just being like we're just muscling through the game. I do love Deus Ex though. Whatever, played it like 4 times. Each time I found tips to the twist. Ooh, interesting. Through emails, actually, you could find a lot of it, or just by reading. Like, damn, this shit leading to it. I didn't even realize. I love the email system. The email, the hack in the computers, and there's like these little things, breadcrumbs, and then when you see the twist, you go back, you see other things. It's just like, oh my god, it was right there. It was leading into it the whole time. If only I saw. Right, but it's cool because it also means like it didn't. If you read and pay attention, it doesn't come out of nowhere. Like they just made it up, but you still don't really see it coming. It's just like when it does happen, you're like, oh my god, this is what this was referencing. Right, so the best idea of the game is through bulletins, newspapers, and other stuff. Agreed. So far, the newspapers are fascinating. I'm trying to find them all as we go everywhere, because it just gives world information, right? Even if it doesn't directly impact us, it builds out more of the world and the current state that it is in, which is, for the most part, not great. I mean, like remember the bulletin calling basically everyone terrorists? Crazy. It is wild because you start out the game in such a specific mindset, and it sets you into this way, especially if you go through the training and then you go into the game, and then, you know, just like Liberty Island, it's like, yeah, this whole situation, and you think about it for a minute, you're like, it's, my initial thought was not, oh, are we the bad guy? It was more like, okay, we gotta take care of business. And then hearing the NSF talk about this state of like what UNATCO is doing and how they're handling the vaccine, and then the discussion with the guy at Liberty Island, the leader at the top, who he talks like, yeah, we're returning it to the people where, you know, it should be, instead of all these, you know, all the going to the bureaucrats and, you know, the president and his family, and they get priority, you know, and that conversation was the first thing in my mind of like, I was like, I don't think he's like 100% wrong. That's what? Well, it's like, yeah, this should go to the people, not just to the people, the higher ups. And I'm like, I can't really argue with that. That's weird. it's not a horrible mindset, right? Of like, obviously you wouldn't want the president to die. That's kind of a bad thing. So obviously the president should get, he should get some of it. But the fact that they're stealing it for the people, fundamentally, I'm like, it's like a Robin Hood situation. And then obviously, like, the more we go into it, and then like one of the biggest things was in the episode where we met Mr. Simons, and he, aside from him, right, who is already like, oh god, like he's clearly above and beyond the law, right, was when we talked to our boss, and then we get recommended for an assassination, and I'm like, what do you mean assassination? Yep. And they're basically, it's like, yeah, you'd be great at it. It'd be great at it. Like the bloodbath that was Liberty Island. It's great. He's a natural. And it was that was one of the first moments where I heard that, and I'm like, wait a minute. That's not really something not the good guys would do, but casually talking about an assassination, I feel like was a red flag. Then, yeah, UNATCO basically being world police, it explicitly stating that they can go to any of the countries and they immediately have authority over the local enforcement. I was like, that's crazy. That's a lot. Which essentially means they can do whatever they want. Because it doesn't matter. You can't question it. And the fact that, again, there were a number of people we killed on Liberty Island, right? And we got it brought up. It's like, you killed a lot of people, right? But at the end of the day, UNATCO was able to basically like brush it off. It doesn't matter. We could have shot everybody, and they would have been like, yep, had to happen. And it would have been fine. And that's crazy. That's crazy that could happen. Oh my god. It's like if you skip all the reading, you're not going to have much of an idea what the NSF even is. It's so true. Because there's so much detail about like how the NSF act and like what they do. And it's like they are still technically a terrorist organization. They have done bad things. They still blow up places. Like, it's not like they're the heroes it's like a gray world, shades of gray. But you would know that because if you only listen to what UNATCO says, then obviously you'd see it the one way, right? My only confusion with NSF was when leaders all good talk, and then you go to New York and they take hostages. That made me think that we're not all that bad. Like, so the NSF people have good ideas, but their terrorism ain't good either. It's very gray. Exactly. And I like that it does paint it as gray. Right? Because you think at first, like, okay, we're the United Nations. We're the good guys. And then the more you learn about like what we're capable of and what we're allowed to do and what we're authorized to do, and then what we're actively doing, and then the Grey Death comes into the whole thing, and the handling of that situation, it's nuts. It is crazy. Man. Body completes the world is sus. And of our compliment to you, Battery Park was scary. Like, nah, man, I ain't trying to hook up with you. Dude, that shit was so weird. The fact that she was completely complimenting us about, like, killing people. She's like, hell yeah. You're doing great. Man, it's a bloodbath. It's so excited about it. I was like, I hate this. This is not what I wanted. I didn't want to kill anybody. I was like, I don't really have a choice. We gotta get stuff done. Right? And then she so excitedly recommends us for the assassination. I'm like, okay, this is clearly going in a direction. I don't like it. Just passive way the game where you don't kill anyone. I like that too. It's hard as hell though. Yeah, I'm feeling it. I've tried so hard not to kill people. Right? And then where we're at now, it's an interesting perspective. Because if you did go in, guns blazing, if anything, UNATCO's happy because you're taking out the NSF. Right? Who cares? Right? But then, once you see the situation, you would then look back at everyone you killed and you're like, oh. Ooh. Right? Especially when a number of them that we've talked to are literally just like normal people. Like, what was the one dude, the one that we talked to in the latest episode? With the mole people? He was like, yeah, I'm an accountant. I ain't trying to die for this. Like, the second we pulled up on him, he's like, I surrender. I ain't trying to die for this. And then, like, a couple other people were the same way. And it just goes to show, like, oh, the NSF are basically just people. But they're like, pulled into this. Right? The fact that they're willing to surrender so quickly was something. But yeah, I just think back, I've been thinking back to Liberty Island. And I'm like, yeah, we just shot everybody. Like, that'd be horrible. My god. Alright, it's also cool that parallels the real world. If you don't read anything and don't understand the other side, the worldview is very black and white. When you read about NSF, etc., it's stiff. Exactly. If you only read the information that they want you to read, that one side or one country or one group wants you to read, then yeah, your entire view is gonna be skewed. Right? Literally good guy, bad guy. Right? It's that idea, like, history is written by the victors kind of situation. Where, you know, from one side, it's like, these were horrible people that we had to stop. And because we stopped them, the world is a better place. You know, but then you look at it from that other side, you know, and maybe the other side was, you know, they were trying to reclaim something that was taken from them, and then, whatever. Right? It's the idea that from one point of view, exclusively, you only see one side of the story, and it's painted by the people that want you to see in that direction. That's because you use the GEP gun on all NSF soldiers, no one but your brother, like Carter, will hate you for it. You're not gonna care, man. They don't care. They'd be like, get him. Right? Because we had so much. I was carried around that flamethrower for so long, and then I was like, I'm not even gonna use this. And it was genuinely because I'm trying not to actually kill people, and if I have to, if God forbid my hand is forced, that's probably not the way I'm gonna do it. Because we got like 5 other weapons. Right, but like your brother armory guy pointed out, I loved that the guy in the armory pointed it out. That was one of the coolest points, where he brings up the fact that we killed a bunch of people, and that he's like, you know what? That used to not be the first choice of a protector. It was not to kill people, but to actually try to help people, you know? And then he denies us ammunition and gives us something else instead. Because I think you gotta think about your priorities, right? Really rethink your position. Completely unexpected to have that kind of a morality choice happen in this game. And I absolutely love it. I love that he denied us ammunition for that reason. Right? Gunther's the type of guy that wouldn't read shit and trust Yuneko cause UN good. Poor guy. I mean, yeah. He really just kind of goes, right? He goes with the flow. He just kind of does. Right? Anna's the type who I feel like does know everything and reads everything and then chooses the side that she's on now because that's what she actually likes and believes. Whereas poor Gunther, he's in it. Right? He doesn't even seem like a bad guy. Right? Anna seems a little bit crazy. But Gunther actually seems like a good person. He might not be, right? But right now he hasn't done anything to us that I feel like horrible. Also, funny detail. You didn't do it, but if you walk to the ladies' room, Manually points out, tells you not to enter because you're embarrassing the organization. One thing he's right on. God. That's really funny. I realized it wasn't until the mole people that I realized I was like, oh wait, yeah, we could just walk into wherever we want. We walk into the ladies' room. And that's so funny that he actually comments on it. Right? Also, Gunter and Navarre in general are sad. They legit are just walking death machines. They are. They are because they've been transformed permanently by augmentations. And they're augmented to be really good assassins and killers. And that is their purpose. That was their purpose by design. And the fact that it physically alters you permanently, there's that level of you can't go back to a normal life, or you feel like you couldn't go back to a normal life. That's why even the person at the bar, right? The underworld barn, where we talked to, she had those augmentations. And even comments on it. Right? Because they feel a certain way. Right? They feel very negative about the physical permanent augmentations. And with those augmentations, right, being compared to JC's, right, and Paul's augmentations, they feel almost inferior, or looked at as inferior because they have like less advanced, right? They look more like people. JC, so let's see. Remember the Walton Simons interrogation? You walk with him in the room and interrogate NSF with him. Oh wow, I didn't think that we could go in there. That'd be interesting. Oh, that'd be kind of cool to do. Because the way he like sassed us, was like, don't follow me. I was like, okay, well, I guess I gotta be like some distance away. Jason says, what he did like there. I would not hear you bad about the greatest democracy this world has ever known. That's amazing. I love it. Some of this stuff's so over the top. It's great. Yeah, the bartender feels like an interesting character. Wish we got some quest for her in New York. Gave us some backstory. We had for Jock. Right? Agreed. I really like any world development, character development. I think is so fascinating. It's so cool, right? Which about the helicopter pilot. We got a little bit of that, and then the fact that comes back around, and he's actually the pilot for us. It's like, yeah, it's him. And it's like, oh, we talked to this guy. We know a bit about, where he's coming from and what he's done. Fascinating. Get interesting responses to NSF tell you why they believe in what they do, why Yudaka was bad. Feels optional. Usually people know it when we're playing. Not really first playthrough thing. Didn't know it either. And that's why, like, the second on Liberty Island, when we were went that first direction, snuck around the corner, and then the guards started talking to each other about the situation, like the stealing the vaccine and their whole plan. I was like, oh, so they can talk to each other. They talk to each other. They probably have, and they know we are not. Like, we're not there. So this is genuinely just how they feel to each other. And that just is so rad. It was so cool. It implied to me that there's going to be a lot of interesting conversations and interesting stuff that we can learn just by listening. Just by listening to what the other characters have to say. Yeah. You say that all you need to do is learn. Comes here for you, like Guthrie says, she play. Basically, fascinating. That is super cool. Cause I thought about that, but in the moment I'm kind of like looking back and forth, kind of like not panicking, but I'm like this seems like a really intense situation. Anna's not, she's not being chill right now because obviously he's revealing, and like the pressure of like, no, keep talking. What are you talking about? And then he keeps talking, and it's interesting. That's so cool that it could go differently though. Matt's here. Okay, because the dog wanted to go out and you're all still going. Back to bed. That's so funny. Oh my god. Yeah. Probably should. Probably will have to wrap it up though. God damn it. But that's so funny. It's got full circle, man. But once you do the next episode, you can try it out as a fun thing. You just reload and see how it exactly plays. Didn't go to Unako yet. But yeah, we got shot for 7 hours. Let's go. Yeah, right? 7 hours. Practically a work day. God damn. It's so funny how this literally went, and I'm probably gonna have to split this into two things, obviously. But this went from quite literally Gamescom to just talking about games. Just chilling, hanging out. It's cool. Talk about everything. Been cool. Which definitely has been a blast. And I think it is a testament, and it is a thing of note that reinforces why we should do this more often, right? It doesn't have to be anything super serious, right? We don't, and I don't think play like heavy story games on stream because between chat and stories and that balance, it's like maybe it could work for some games, but for the most part, like curating the series is like edited videos. I feel like where you could focus, and I could focus, we can all focus, but this is still hella cool, right? Yeah, I thought you were gonna wrap it when I jumped on stream 3 hours ago. We didn't have the chat though. You have to go back and see your reaction. No, literally, bro. I'm so glad that you popped it out of nowhere, right? Just happened to be on. We did the kind of went live on a whim, then held out, and then you popped in. Great. I appreciate it. I'm glad you were hanging out. This was great. Talked about everything. Go back and see your reaction. Because this was an interesting Gamescom. Some cool stuff. And then I know there's some other ones before that we still I gotta look at the Witcher UE, the UE5 thing that they showed off. And then I don't know if the Sony State of Play was worth checking out. Because to be fair, funny enough, the last State of Play before that one, I was really hoping for Resident Evil. And so this last State of Play, I was saying to myself, like, please, Resident Evil, please. I just, that's all I want to hear. And then I wasn't sure. so we didn't watch it yet. So I don't know if it'd be worth going back to watch that one. I don't know if anything was revealed there that was super cool, or if I should just catch up on it separately. But yeah, it's better to just do reaction trees editing. Yeah, that's what I figured. Like, not like we don't have to make it like purely, like stacked with like trailers and stuff. But like we can watch stuff, we can chat about things, just kind of keep it low pressure. Because there's a lot out there. There's a lot of stuff that we can watch, right? A lot of stuff we can talk about, and like we talked about a bunch of lore in many different ways, a bunch of games, right? Xbox Showcase, but nothing much came of that outside of Oblivion releasing. Ah, man. See, that was one that I was not able to dodge. Oblivion. That got revealed. And I was like, shit. Damn it. I never played it. But they were like, oh, Oblivion remastered. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. Right? That'd be cool playing one day. I don't know if I'd enjoy it, if it'd be more enjoyable than Skyrim. I didn't really play Skyrim either, but I've heard great things about Oblivion, so it's like, maybe Oblivion, who knows? Right, but the Xbox Showcase, that was unfortunate. But yeah, wait, you haven't watched Game for The Walking Dead? They did one for The Walking Dead? No way! Stop. Really? Is it good? I imagine it would have to be, right? Because it's like the right balance of like that niche humor of that time period, as well as a balance of cringe in a good way and silliness over the top. Oh, it's hilarious. Oh my god, I gotta find it. Or you could send it to me, or put it in the Discord. Eddie, whichever one. Right? We'll find it. It'll be cool. 'Cause now I'm interested. Now I'm intrigued. Yeah, it's just dumb fun. Just dumb fun. That's what we love. Cool. Sick. Hell yeah. Nice. I don't know if there's... Well, obviously, we're gonna... I feel like it's far enough out where I think I can make it work. I think I could make the Game Awards. I think we could do this for the Game Awards. Because I genuinely wanted to catch these things when they're live, so like we're all seeing it for the first time, whereas I'm seeing it for the first time, and now, everyone else has already seen it, and they're coming back, right? So, that'd be cool. There's a place where I would set all 7 separate. 7! Beautiful. There's 7. Can't wait. Hell yeah. You're so tired. She is exhausted. That's why she's running around the desk. She's like, time for bed. She's like, I'm over it. Alright. But the Game Awards gonna be crazy. Everyone's gonna be wearing fancy suits. So that's the big one. It is huge. The Game Awards is massive. And this year, I'm very interested in the lineup of what that's really going to be, right? And again, I've already said I really hope it's Expedition 33. I will actually be shocked if anything else won. Not because nothing else is good, right? And again, I understand the reception of Death Stranding 2. But Expedition 33 is something special. Right? You lose your mind if Expedition 33 doesn't win Game of the Year. We leave. We walk out. We're done. We turn off. We turn it off. They don't. I'm glad GTA 6 got delayed, so Edition 33 has more of a chance. Honestly, that's a good question. Do you think GTA 6 would have beaten everything out of Game of the Year? Because probably, I could probably believe that just because of the sheer reach of GTA as a brand to the amount of people, right? But yeah, the fact that it got delayed, it's kind of a meme, but it is funny. But it is also a good thing because, yeah, them being delayed means all these other games this year have a chance, right? Because, I mean, you don't want to go up against GTA 6, right? Wasn't there a game? I feel like there was a game recently that was releasing on that got moved close to GTA 6's date. Right? I feel like I remember something. I may just be completely misremembering. But I feel like I remember hearing about a game. It was a game that was pushed back, and it ended up the fact that it even got pushed back to 2026, right, means it's competing with GTA 6, regardless, right? But I feel like it released within the same like month or week or something like that. But either way, irrelevant, right? GTA 6 is gonna be a beast, be huge, right? And go get for games in 2026. Even though I don't much care about GTA, it's probably gonna get nominated anyway. I agree. I was never like super huge into GTA. Right? What is it? I had San Andreas. Right? My neighbor had it. I borrowed it. Screwed it. I just wanted to drive the cars. I didn't even care about all the violence. I just wanted a game where you could drive a car around casually in a town. I was a simple kid. Right? I just wanted, and I didn't want it to be a racing game, right? Neighborhood driving simulator. That's all. Right? And then GTA 5 I tried to I completed the story in GTA 5. But I wasn't really into it. I was like, I don't really feel like super attached to any of the characters. Right? So it's really just the sandboxy nature of GTA that I find interesting and fun, which is obviously its biggest thing. But when it comes to GTA 6, even though I know it looks great, it's probably gonna be amazing, but I feel like I'm gonna feel the same exact way about it. Yeah. Dead to See Expedition 33 is definitely gonna get a few nominations, so that's good enough anyway. Okay. I mean, like that, I agree. It is good enough. But the thing is, the fact I was so happy that they actually showed up live to play Elysia, which again is like one of the biggest song, the most noted song for Expedition 33, and it only becomes even more as you have played through the game, right? And there's a couple other tracks, but the fact that they played Elysia live was awesome. It was super cool. But no, this year we've had great games come out this year, and I mean we got a solid slate for next year, and we're not even done. Like the Game Awards are gonna announce others probably too for 2026. So there's four ones of The Walking Dead. Let's say 5 more. Cool. Thanks, man. I'll check. I'll get those sorted. Very cool. I get the appeal in sandbox. They're free to do anything. There's so many better games that do that. I just don't find it interesting. I understand, right? I feel you on that. Because it is the do anything sandbox, right? What it does well, right? But for what it leans into, it's just not my. I don't really find it as interesting either. I respect it as a franchise, as the popularity that it commands, but yeah, for like sandbox games, there are other super cool ones. But it all depends. Expedition 33 Game of the Year. It's already written. Its fate has been decided. Sven last year predicted it. And it has been manifested. Whereas I also know, like, you play a bad guy all the time that can do any best of shit. It's like a video game, but not something for me. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt, right? Like, that's why I wasn't super into the story for GTA 5, because I was very much like, oh, we're not very, these guys are all kind of assholes, right? And they're kind of remorseless and selfish, and it was just like that energy didn't resonate, and I'm like, I can't get into it, right? But I understand that that's how they're designed to be. They are really good at really selling that character as that archetype. There's people who like stuff like Fast and Furious though, so I get that. Yeah, the funny thing is, I love the first 5 Fast and Furious. Great. After that, I've checked out. Right, I don't even know what happens, and I barely remember 6. I haven't seen past 6. Right, but I know what you mean. Right, old GTA games are pretty interesting stories until GTA 4. I remember GTA 4 came out, and I feel like I couldn't get into the aesthetic, and so I just kind of didn't. It's cool that you'd be smug and stuff like Mass Effect, but yeah, you can still save the universe. And that's the thing, like Mass Effect, like the biggest thing, and a number of people did say it, was that Renegade isn't evil. Renegade, you're not a bad guy. You're not a bad guy. Right? Kind of a dick. You're an asshole. Snarky. Sassy. You talk back. Right? Or you're condescending. Right? But it's not the same thing. Right? And the fact is, you could choose the moments to be like that, right? Whereas it kind of in GTA, I like, as an example, right? Since it's the topic, these choices, the character types are already decided for us, right? It's like, this guy's gonna be like this. So when you go to do things, that result is gonna be like that. Whereas in like Mass Effect, you can be super nice, super, one way or the other. You can go full Renegade. Yeah, you can go full Paragon. Some situations, it doesn't make any sense, you would think, because sometimes they deserve one or the other. Sometimes a bad situation needs Paragon. But sometimes a bad situation needs Renegade. Right? Save the other. Some good situations, seemingly good situations, need a little bit of Renegade to, really punch through. Or stop all the yes people. That's why it's also interesting that The Witcher. Witcher did kind of the same thing in some circumstances, right? In a lot of the choices, you know, especially because 99% of the time you were choosing between two terrible things. It was well, like he says, right? You're choosing the lesser evil. It doesn't mean that's good. It just means it's way less bad than this other thing. And that could still mean a really bad result. It just means a much less bad result. Sounds like that's what you do both. I'd say, yeah. I mean, at least as far as like The Walking Dead, right, that we've played so far, I'd say definitely. Right, and Detroit Become Human, you know, had some too. Right, in Batman First Light, you could either be brutal as hell, almost close to Punisher area, or be more merciful. That's fascinating. Like, you can make those choices. And it feels like it's in character. So it's like this, you know, you're being Batman, but you're choosing, like, you know, which Batman are you trying to really be? Which side of Batman are you leaning into? That's super neat. Man. Damn. It's a shame. I don't want to have to shut down, but I think we're gonna have to call it, guys. Right? And it's mostly because what is it? I work in 5.5 hours, so we've had a blast. And if I could, we just keep going, right? Because I know Temple, for you, you're just getting up. Right? It's the early. It's like 2 a.m. for you. Yep, 2:35. 2:35. I work at 8. But yeah, it's been hella cool. Right? Totally worth losing sleep over. It's been great. So yeah, 100%. Jamlu Temple and Matt, if you haven't already got, you're here. And anybody else is hanging out too. Appreciate you all for being here. This has been a good time. We got to see all of Gamescom, right? Chat about it, see some cool stuff, but then also just been hanging out for the last like 4.5 hours, 5 hours, something like that. Some crazy number. Game Awards are about to be 24 hours long. That's right. It's gonna be the whole weekend. We're not stopping. We're gonna play games before. We're then gonna go to the awards. It's gonna be great. And then after the awards, we're gonna talk about the awards for the next 6 hours, and then we're gonna play more games. It's gonna be crazy. It'll be nuts. Yeah. We gotta dress our best for the Game Awards. We gotta show up, right? And whatever else. Right, and then I gotta look into this Fallout show. I gotta look at this Fallout show because I'm intrigued. Right, especially because apparently, Jen had mentioned that the New Vegas, right, is like basically considered like the most beloved Fallout game, and it's so heavily being inspired from with the new season. So it's like, obviously I gotta go check that. I was gonna say, have that shit out with the trip for real. Goddamn right. We're all in. Hell yeah. But guys, it's been cool. I trust me, I would love to they talk about more stuff, watch more things. That's next time. But I'm ready. Seriously, I appreciate all you being here. For real. 100%. And man, whatever we end up doing afterwards, hope to see you there. And then to the next stream, which will probably, hopefully, be before the Game Awards, right? But we'll put some stuff together. Talk on the Discord. Hopefully, I'll try to get in there, right? And then, yeah, have a good night. Have a good night, everybody. It's been great. Bye.